A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. A moment ago, in Mary Noble's room in a New York hospital, Dr. Allen removed the bandages from Mary's face and handed her a mirror to see for the first time how it looks, since she was admitted to the hospital suffering from severe acid burns inflicted by Claudia Vincent in a final burst of revenge after Mary had proved her guilty of the murder of Oliver Wilson. And now, looking at her reflection, Mary is silent. And after several seconds, the doctor speaks.
Well, Mrs. Noble, aren't you pleased with the result? I told you it was a splendid recovery.
Yes. Yes, I guess I should be very grateful, Dr. Allen.
You're very fortunate. When you came here, we hardly believed you'd healed so well.
But my face looks so strange. I hardly recognize my own features. The expression is so strained.
You must remember that the skin is still very tender. You've had to heal those deep burns. But I assure you it'll ease. And you can see even now that it is practically unmarred.
Yes, but somehow I thought... Oh, I know I expected too much in spite of everything you told me, Dr. Allen. I thought that by some miracle I would appear just the same. And now this...
You must be patient a little longer, my dear. From now on, you'll find that every day we'll see a great improvement.
I'm very grateful to you, Dr. Allen, for all you've done. I want you to know that. If I seem a little disappointed, it's only because I'd hoped in my heart that once you removed these bandages, I could leave here and fly out to Hollywood to join my husband.
Oh, we couldn't let you do anything so dangerous, my dear. You've got to allow time for this new layer of skin to become toughened up a bit.
I know it was foolish of me to expect so much, but I just wanted to be able to arrive in Hollywood suddenly and surprise Larry.
You'll have to allow a little more time.
How much? Can you give me any idea how much longer I must wait, Dr. Allen?
I can't give you a definite promise, Mrs. Noble, but it won't be too much longer.
But just some idea. A few days, a week, how long?
We'll know much more in the next few days. And now we mustn't leave your face uncovered too long. It is still too tender to be exposed to the air, so I'll just put another dressing on. And then you can rest for a while. Just be very still. That's right.
And meantime, Larry Noble, out in Hollywood, is unaware of his wife's disappointment in this first glimpse of her burned face. And he still believes she wants him to be far away from her. Right now, after several hours driving about Hollywood with the young actress Dora Dean, who has offered to help him find a modest place to live, we hear...
Well, at least that's settled. Now all I have to do is pack my things and leave the hotel.
I hope you're going to be satisfied with that room, Mr. Noble. It's certainly nothing to write home about.
It's small, perhaps, but clean and adequate. You were mighty nice to help me out, Dora. I'd never have found anything like it myself.
I didn't really believe that you were serious when you said you wanted to find a cheap room someplace. I mean, a big Broadway actor like you, so famous and all. I thought you'd want to have all the service in the world.
I didn't come out here to Hollywood to indulge myself, Dora. As I told you, I'm anxious to save as much money as I can to pay off the bills that are waiting for me in New York.
I think it's wonderful of you to feel like that. I'll bet there aren't many famous actors who would be willing to settle down in a little bit of a room and save all their money. Your wife must be awfully proud of you.
On the contrary, I'm awfully proud of her.
I haven't asked you much about her, Mr. Noble, but I'd like to know how she's getting along. I mean, those awful burns.
Well, I haven't any definite word. All her letters are cheerful and confident. But then Mary wouldn't say anything else.
Maybe when she gets out of the hospital, she'll come out here and join you. Maybe you'll be a real surprise when you see her and she'll be all well and beautiful.
She won't come out here, Dora.
Well, you can't be sure. I bet she misses you something awful. I know I would if I were in her place.
She has no reason to miss me. No reason at all.
Oh, you're just saying that. I bet she'll surprise you someday by just showing up. And then I bet you'll have to give up that little room and take her to someplace real nice.
No. My wife won't come out here. That's one thing certain. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm very grateful to you, Dora Dean. You've been a real friend to help me like this.
I love doing it. In fact, it's been wonderful meeting you on the set at the studio. I've always thought you were such a wonderful actor, and I never dreamed I'd ever see you so close like this.
Now you must tell me where you live so that I can drive you home.
Oh, no, you don't have to. I can take the bus.
Oh, I won't consider it. I'll take you to your door. Let's see what time it is. Well, you must be getting hungry. Maybe there's some place on the way we can stop and have lunch.
I'd love that, if you have the time.
Oh, I have plenty of time, Dora. In fact, time hangs heavy on my hands these days.
Well, then, let's just keep right on towards the ocean. I know it's a divine little place, and it's right on the way. Of course, we could go out to the place my folks run. They'd be tickled to meet you.
No, we'll go someplace else, someplace you really like. You just direct me, and I'll drive.
Well, then keep right on this way. It's out quite a few miles, but I think you'll like it. They have wonderful seafood, and it's the most beautiful view out over the ocean.
Oh, fine. Say, Dora. Just look back, will you? I think I'm beginning to imagine things again.
What things?
Do you see that same black car that we almost bumped into before?
Where? I don't see anything. The road's so full of traffic. Honest, Mr. Noble, what makes you think there's someone on your trail?
I don't know, Dora. It must be an obsession. But I could have sworn a car pulled out a little way back of us when we left that last place.
I don't see anyone now. Gee, maybe we're being shadowed. You haven't committed any crimes lately, have you, Mr. Noble?
Well, none that I can remember. But then I'm very forgetful.
Okay, then. I guess we're safe. Anyhow, I don't care. I just enjoy being with you. I hope you won't take that the wrong way, Mr. Noble.
No, of course not, Dora.
It's just that meeting a famous actor like you and finding out you're so regular. Oh, you know, it's just wonderful.
And later this same day, Rupert Barlow has returned to New York from his Long Island estate, and right now he's being shown into Mary Noble's room in the hospital. And as he approaches her, he says,
"My dear, I couldn't stay away. Not today of all times, even though you said you didn't want anyone with you."
I didn't mean quite that, Rupert. Only that I didn't want anyone present when Dr. Allen took the bandages off my face.
Has he finished?
Yes.
And he allowed you to see the progress you've made?
Yes.
Well, were you pleased with your doctor's results?
I guess so, Rupert. I hardly know what to say. Oh, I know that I ought to be very grateful to Dr. Allen for all he's done. He keeps telling me how fortunate I am, and I know he means it.
Well, I don't understand, my sweet. You sound disappointed.
That's more or less how I feel, Rupert.
But I expected you to be jubilant, Mary. I thought that when I walked into this room, you'd be bursting with the good news. I don't understand.
Oh, it's only that I expected the results to be different. I'm sure that I was expecting too much, but I can't help it. I've waited and waited, and when he held up the mirror to my face, it looked distorted. It wasn't my face at all, just a caricature.
Surely you don't mean he's been lying to you, and to me. How could he do such a thing?
He wasn't lying, Rupert. At least he didn't mean to distort the facts. Apparently he believes that I'm making a remarkable recovery. Perhaps I might have been far more seriously disfigured. But all the same, it's come as a shock. Oh, I don't mean to tell you all this, Rupert. You've been so kind all through my stay here. You see, it was a mistake to come here today after all. I'm pouring out all my woes to you.
I must do something about this at once. I'm going to have a talk with your doctor. There's something distinctly wrong here.
Please don't let me upset you, Rupert. This is entirely my problem. As soon as I get a little more used to the shock, I'll settle down. A person can adjust to nearly anything. And I know that I'll manage.
Yes, but it's monstrous, Mary. I won't be hoodwinked in this way. I was given to understand in no uncertain terms that the results would be quite different.
There's no reason to be so disturbed, Rupert. I'm sorry I said so much. It's not fair to you.
Fair to me, indeed. Wait till I see that doctor of yours. I'm going to have a talk with him.
Well, what's the good of that, Rupert? Dr. Allen has done all he can. He's told me that the tender new skin on my face will in time become more natural looking.
Well, that doesn't explain why your doctor deliberately built up a story that he must have known he couldn't justify. No, Mary, my dear, it's quite inexcusable. I find myself in a state of anger, and I won't be satisfied until I've talked to the man himself.
But I don't think he's here now, Rupert. He said he might stop in later, but I hardly expect him.
Well, I'll go outside and see for myself, if you'll excuse me, my dear.
Well, of course, Rupert. But I wish you wouldn't let my disappointment upset you so.
Well, of course it upsets me. After all the trouble, after all the plans, to have it turn out like this. No. I'm going to find that doctor. I'm going to find him now if I have to comb the whole city for him. Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry, but I can't stay any longer.
I'm sorry, Rupert. It was nice of you to come. I wish I hadn't been so selfish.
I don't like to leave so abruptly, but I must find out. Try to understand, Mary.
Mary Noble watches the closed door and wonders at this strangely hysterical outburst from Rupert Barlow. Why should he be so concerned? What does it mean? Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
You probably recall the dramatic program entitled Lights Out. For the many of you who are loyal followers of that series, as well as for those of you who are hearing these memorable plays for the first time, NBC is presenting a limited number of the fantasies which comprise one category in the Lights Out repertoire. Willis Cooper, then of NBC's Chicago staff, was the author. And tonight's play is the second in our cycle of revivals. And so it's Lights Out. It is an old saying, how if you shall pluck from the grave even one flower, and shall afterward cast it away, then shall the place where the flower be cast forevermore be haunted by the soul of him from whose grave was the flower plucked. And you're planning on staying with him tonight?
Yes, he's coming to my house. Better come along.
Don't mind, I will.
You're coming to my house tonight, you know, Adam.
Am I? Thanks, Basil.
We'll sit and talk all night, just like we used to.
Shall we? I couldn't sleep. Adam, you've got to put this out of your mind.
But Diane out of my mind, Christian?
No, I think not. I didn't mean that, Adam. But she's gone now, and nothing you can do can change that, you know. You've got to face it. You can't go on.
You never forget her, Christian.
Of course not. But you've got to accept her. This is a fact. It's inevitable, right? It comes to all of us. Yes.
What's that you're carrying, Adam?
What? Oh, I took some roses from her grave. Those red auric runners that you sent, Christian. You knew she always loved them better than any other kind. Yes. They're her flowers. She always had a bowl of auric runners in the living room, and they were at her bedside all the time she was sick.
We'll put them in water when we get home.
No, I don't think so, Basil. I think I want them to wither. I don't think I ever want to see red roses again blooming and happy. I'll think too much of her lying out there, lonely, afraid of the dark.
Don't, Adam.
Oh, Basil, I loved her.
You're so fellow. We know.
They're very fresh now. Almost as if they've just been cut. Yes. Well, except this one. It started to wither too soon. I don't want it. I want them all to wither together. Did you throw that rose away, Adam? Yes, I didn't want it. You shouldn't have done that. I didn't want one rose of all of them to wither away and die before the other's time comes. No, Adam, but... What's the matter, Christian? Nothing. What's the matter? Adam, I hope you won't think I'm completely mad, but my grandmother used to tell me of a superstition the old people had. What, Christian? Let's find out, shall we? Why, what are you talking about? What is the matter, Christian? Well, it's almost indecent to mention it now, but there's an old superstition that if you take a flower from a grave and then throw it away, the spot where you throw it will be haunted by the spirit of... Well, do you see? Oh, I threw it right back there by those old stone steps. I can find it again. Oh, Christian, why did you... I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Basil. My grandmother told it to me, and she believed it. But you don't believe any such rot? I don't know, Basil. None of us knows what truth there is in these superstitions. I'd rather not take a chance. I can't find it. It's gone. It's gone, Christian. So sweet. Now she lies out there alone, afraid. I can't stand it, I tell you.
Now, Adam, please, old fellow, you must move.
Diane, my dearest,
Lie down on the couch, Adam. Perhaps you can sleep a little. I'll read to you, shall I?
I can't sleep, Basil. I can't with Diane. Oh, Diane, I can't live without you. I won't. I'll lie down, Adam, old boy. That's it. I'm sorry, fellows. I can't help it. We know. Oh, keeping you both awake when you stop work did to that. I'm ashamed of myself, but what can I do? What can I do?
I'll get a cup of coffee, shall I?
No, don't keep that.
It's only a minute.
No. Will you boys do something for me?
Of course.
Oh, good friends. What do you want us to do, Adam? Will you go with me to that place where I threw away the rose? Will you? I know it sounds mad, idiotic, but if there's the slightest possibility that...
If you want us to, Adam.
Of course. I wonder if there could be any truth in it. None of us know, Adam. But there are folks who believe it. Yes, if it is truth. You suppose I could... Can't be much farther. By those old stone steps. Oh, there are the steps. Oh, if it could only be,
We'll wait with you a little while, shall we?
Yes, I'm afraid to be alone. We'll stay with you, Adam.
me. Diane. Oh, it's no use. It's no use. I've lost her. I've lost her. Oh, Diane. Diane. Yes. Adam, we'll walk down the path a little way. Perhaps if we're not here with you. That's it, Christian. Oh, Diane. Come on, Basil. Poor chap. Oh, the poor fella. He'll go mad if he doesn't. Chris? Diane. Diane. I tell you, she did come. Yes. Sure. What matter? Yes, I heard her voice. I talked to her. Could you see her, Adam? She was like a white shadow, Basil. A white shadow that wavered before me, and it was Diane. Good heavens. She knew why she was there, Christian. The flower, the withered rose was in her hand, and it wasn't withered anymore. It was fresh and beautiful as the day it was cut. I could smell its fragrance, the fragrance of a whole great garden of roses. You're sure? I'm as positive that I saw her. I spoke to her, Basil. She spoke to me. She's happy? Happy. But lonely. She was so afraid of the dark always. Now she'll never be afraid of it anymore. I'm going there every night. Every night. Evan, do you think it's best? It's the only thing I can do. I must do it. I thought I'd lost her. Now I've got her back. Snatched from the very grave. She's mine forever. You're very faithful. Till death do us part, I said. Till death do us part, Christian. And death cannot part us. She's mine forever. I wonder. She asked about you. Both of you. She remembered. She knew that you sent the roses, Christian. She told me to thank you. She remembered. Beyond the grave, she remembered. You're forty, Adam. Are you? Adam, are you sure that you saw her and heard her? Are you sure that perhaps it wasn't wrought-up nerves? Hallucination, perhaps? You heard, you said, Basil. Yes, we thought we heard a voice. But it might have been the wind in the tree. No, it was Diane. And now she's mine again. Every night. Every night. For all the long years ahead.
I don't care. They're coming again tonight. I'm going out.
But Evelyn, dear.
Don't Evelyn, dear me. They've been coming to my house every Wednesday night since we were married, and I don't like them. I don't like them, I tell you.
But Evelyn, they're my oldest and best friend.
And I'm your wife. If you could spend a little time with me instead of sitting around talking all night long with a couple of workers.
Evelyn, please.
I don't care. I won't have it, that's all.
If you want to go, Evelyn.
Well, I am going. That's all there is to it. Since I will not sit around here and try to amuse myself when you and they... Oh, there they are now. I'm going.
Evelyn, you could at least be civil to my friend.
I've been civil enough to them for 6 years, and I'm not going to do it a minute longer. Go ahead. Have your good time. Don't worry about me. I'm going to enjoy myself.
Well, how are you, Adam? Hello, Basil. Christian. Adam, how are you? Tired, boys. I seem to be tired all the time. Evelyn went out. She wanted to see a movie, I think, or something. I hope you won't mind. No, not at all. Oh, of course not. Come on into the studio. Just put your coat wherever you like and sit down.
Thanks. You know, we always look forward to these Wednesday nights, Adams. We don't see enough of each other anymore.
No, it's not like the old days when we spent all our time together. Sit down, Christian. There are cigars in the box there.
Oh, thanks.
You're looking a little done in, Adam. Been working too hard? No, I suppose not. But it gets a little harder each time. I haven't the steady hand I used to have.
Oh, now, that isn't true. Your hand is just as sure as it ever was.
The looks of that landscape there, I'd say it was.
Oh, I should say so. Well, interesting, Adam. Very interesting.
You like it?
Very much. It looks rather familiar. I can't place it, though.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You'd remember it, perhaps.
Yes?
You remember those old stone steps? It's familiar.
Yes.
Very familiar.
I know.
Where about?
The cemetery road.
Where I threw away an Ulrich Sprunger rose one day. 7 years ago. I've been married 6 years.
6 years? That doesn't seem possible, Adam.
No, but it is.
Is everything all right, Adam?
Oh, yes. I've not been very faithful to her.
Well, you can't expect...
No, but I promised once till death do us part. Till death do us part. And I brought her back from the grave. You still believe that? For a long time, Christian, I didn't believe it, but now I wonder.
It was a long time ago.
Yes, a very long time ago.
You'll never want back there again, Adam.
No. Even the next day I had to go rest on a business connected with my uncle's death. I was gone for almost a year, you remember?
Yes.
And I came back, married to Evelyn.
Adam, Christian and I are your oldest friends. Why did you ever marry Evelyn?
I've been asking myself that question for 6 years, Cousin. I don't know. That was the fact that she made over me, flattered me, betrayed-hearted. Afterwards, because I was so lonely.
It isn't too late. Too late? There are divorce courts.
Yes, I suppose so, but I gave her a promise.
You gave Diane a promise.
Yes. I broke that one. I shall not break another.
I drove down the cemetery road this afternoon. The old stone steps are gone.
Gone?
Yes. They're building houses along there now. New houses for a new generation.
The world changes. And men change, Basil.
Have you changed, Adam? Really changed?
Do you think I have? Do you, Christian?
I thought you'd changed. Now I'm not so sure. You've not changed, Adam.
No. No, I think I've not. Grown older, forgotten a little. That's all.
We could drive out along the cemetery road, Adam. The car's outside.
Yes. No. No, I think not. I will be faithful in my own fashion until the time comes.
And then?
And then, my friend, I will still be faithful to the one I love.
You're a strange man.
Strange, no. Only that I will not break a second promise. But enough of this sadness. Well, be, George. Come on, light your cigars, have a drink. Be merry, my friends, be merry. Tomorrow, we die.
When I think of him tied to that woman,
Adam, who loved Diane and brought her back from the grave.
he's made his life a perfect hell.
What can you do about it? You won't divorce her?
No, of course not. He explained that tonight.
Yes.
Poor Diane.
Basil, did we hear her voice at the old stone steps that night?
Did we?
I don't know.
Adam was certain he did.
I remember.
He loved her so much.
He hasn't forgotten her.
No, he'll never forget her.
That wife of his will have him insane in another year.
Did you notice that landscape we were talking about?
Those stone steps?
Yes.
Yes, I noticed it.
Bad color. Perspective out of drawing.
Composition all wrong.
I suppose Adam doesn't know that, Christian.
I don't know.
He's taken that from
for bringing me home. Stop in and have a drink. No, I don't think... Yes, I believe I will. Well, then, come along. I think Vera's going to bed, but we can find something. I wouldn't ordinarily, but I think I need one tonight. Yes, sir. Both do, I think. All right. Come in. Oh, phone's ringing. I'll get it before it rings, Vera. Yes? Yes? Who? Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Of course. That was Adam's wife, Basil. Adam's wife? He's dead. She found him lying in front of the picture of the stone step. Much out of life. Did you see her? Yes, I saw her. She seemed very moved, impatient to get away. Yes. Shall we go? Leave the poor chap here, alone, with Diane there beside him. Diane isn't there beside him, Christian. What? Oh. Yes. Well, rest in peace, Adam. Amen. I suppose it's the best thing. Yes. These last 2 years haven't been very happy. Still, it's hard to see the earth close above the head of a friend. Yes. He's smiling. Did you see? Yes, I saw. He's keeping that broken promise now. Getting awfully dark. The time of year. And we've been there a long time. A long time. We'll be passing the place in a moment. Place where the stone steps were. Yes. There's a new house there now. Would you recognize the place? I don't know. It must be almost there now. It's so dark. Dogs howl and ghosts walk. Remember? I remember. Listen, Basil. What? I thought I heard something. A woman crying. Could it be? Think still. Diane. Diane. Be still. Diane.
Who called me?
Yes, Diane.
Who called me?
I see her. White shadow. It's Basil, Diane.
Basil. And Christian.
Yes, Diane.
Oh, Basil. I've waited so long for him. In the dark.
We know, Diane. He has been faithful to you, Diane.
I know. I know, but now he will never come. He's dead, Christian.
Yes. We've just come from his grave.
Oh, Adam. Adam. I'm so longing for you.
You love him, Diane?
I love him, Basil. To the end of eternity. And he is lost to me forever now.
Lost? How can he be lost to you?
Because he has taken me to the spot with the flower he's flung away. This flower. The red rose that I love. To the end of time, I must stay here. I cannot go.
Yes. Yes, I knew that. I knew it, too.
I've lost him forever.
No, Diane. You remember, too, Basil? I remember, yes.
What have you done?
A flower from his grave.
to bring him here to you and keep him.
You're the battle. Now, keep your promise, Adam.
Diane. Diane, my love. I've found you again.
Oh, come back, please.
For eternity now. It is an old saying, how if you shall pluck from the grave even one flower, and shall afterward cast it away, then shall the place where the flower be cast forevermore be haunted by the soul of him from whose grave was the flower plucked. Tonight's play was written by Willis Cooper. Our players tonight included Alexander Scorby, Joan Alexander, Sarah Burton, Arthur Cole, and Bill Griffith. The entire production was directed by Garnett Garrison. Next week's play will deal with interstellar rockets, and although written 10 years ago, will be fresh and timely today. Join us again next Saturday for another fantasy chosen from Lights Out. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
There is a theory that man, like time, has two identities. Time's countenance is day, and its alter ego is night. Breeding, intelligence, generosity, and mercy are the characteristics which civilized man must show the world in order to take his rightful place in it. But in some, there may be a dormant force underneath the veneer of civilization. A grasping, murderous, pitiless animal of hate and frenzy, which, when unleashed, can become a scourge whose only joy is blind destruction.
How are you this evening, Lucy?
Well enough, dear. Have you had your dinner?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I've just finished mine, Frank. The roast was excellent.
Yes. I've told Hilda to bring you some milk later on. Are you comfortable?
Quite.
What book would you like?
I'm quite content with the papers, Frank.
If there's something you want, you only have to ask for it.
I know that, darling. Thank you. Well, I've been reading the account of the new research foundation. I'm very proud of my husband.
Now, Lucy.
When your name's in the newspapers, I can never get enough of it. You're so appreciated, loved by so many.
Oh, the papers overdo it, Lucy. All I've done is donate a little money to a worthy cause.
You've spent your whole life with worthy causes, Frank. You'd have been a multi-millionaire by now if you hadn't given so much away to charity.
Well, I've still got enough to get by on. And I've made certain you have a handsome income for life if anything happens to me.
Oh, Frank, please don't talk that way. Nothing's going to happen to you.
You never know.
Oh, no, you've got to live, Frank, for a long, long time. The world would find it hard to do without you.
I think you're prejudiced.
Thousands of people have you to thank for a new start in life. And even with everything you've done, you've always found time to bother with me.
Oh, now, darling.
If only I could be of some help to you. If only I weren't a hopeless invalid lying here in bed day after day.
Lucy, please, I don't like to hear you speak like that.
All right. But you could make me less self-conscious of it. If you would.
How do you mean that?
Well, Frank, darling, you never go out unless it's connected with business or charity. You never have any fun.
I appreciate my home. I don't enjoy leaving it.
You mean you feel guilty about leaving me alone?
Now, Lucy.
It happens every day. You deny yourself because of me. I overheard you talking to Frederick Walsh before you refused his invitation. That's just the sort of thing I don't want you to do.
Oh, I can do without cocktail parties.
Frank, you're still young, darling. I want you to get some pleasure out of life.
But I do, Lucy.
Darling, don't you see it's easier for me when I know you're not making additional sacrifices?
You'd feel better if I went out occasionally?
Oh, yes, much better.
Well, we'll see about it.
No, I want you to start right now, tonight. I want you to go to Frederick's party.
Oh, it'll probably be a bore.
You know it won't, Frank. He's always had such interesting people for friends. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Lucy, I did rather fancy the idea.
There now. That's all I wanted to know. Now, you get yourself dressed and go to that party. And give my best to Fred.
You sure you won't mind?
Why should I?
Well, all right, then. I'll run over for a couple of hours.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for?
For a moment, I had a feeling that I would forget about it. I don't know why. I'm being rather silly, aren't I? I don't know why I said that. Oh, well, good night, Lucy.
Good night, Frank. Just make sure you come back to me when the party's over.
Well, of course, as a...
Frank, old man, this is a welcome surprise.
How are you, Fred?
Couldn't be better. And you?
Oh, I'm quite well, thanks.
I never expected you to show up tonight. You said you couldn't make it.
Well, I changed my mind. Or rather, Lucy changed it for me.
Good for her. How is dear Lucy?
I'm complaining as usual. Oh, she sent her love.
Poor girl. Life's not an easy one.
No.
Neither is yours, Frank. I can appreciate it.
Oh, I'm happy in my own way.
Oh, I didn't mean...
No, of course you didn't. Let's drop the subject, shall we? Well, I see you have your usual crowd here tonight.
Yes, I think you know most everyone. Lorenz over there at the piano is giving a big concert this week.
Yes, he's a magnificent musician.
And Harriet Kane is here. Her play opens next month, you know.
Yes, and if it's as successful as her last one was, she'll deserve plenty of praise.
Yes. I think you know almost everyone. Oh, except Viola, perhaps.
Viola?
Viola Hazen, the woman in the corner with the drink in her hand.
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
She's quite a sculptress, very popular in Europe. She just returned. Hasn't been home for 15 years. When the Nazis took Paris, she hid away somewhere. No one actually knows how she got along. Anyway, she's here, and I'd like her to meet you.
Well, don't bother about introducing me around, Fred.
Just let me introduce you to Viola, and I'll leave you in peace. You'll find she's extraordinary company. Come with me. Viola, my dear.
This is a charming party, Frederick.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I want you to meet a very good friend of mine, Frank Cameron. Viola Hazen, Frank. How do you do?
How do you do?
You must have heard of Frank. He's the modern Santa Claus. Pays Mr. Moneybags to every worthwhile project.
Now, Fred.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cameron's reputation has preceded him. I'm very impressed.
I wouldn't pay any attention to Frederick. I believe he's a disappointed press agent.
All right, coming right in, Bob. Will you excuse me, please?
Of course. Drink?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Here's one on the tray.
Thank you.
Shall we propose a toast?
Yes, if you like.
Here's to death and all it holds for us.
Say, that's an odd toast.
I'm a very odd person, Mr. Cameron. You look just as I imagined you'd look.
Oh?
I've heard and read about you often. Frank Cameron, heaven's gift to the underprivileged.
Well, you sound disapproving.
I don't have very much use for philanthropy. It's a hypocritical pastime.
Now, that's not quite fair.
Chacun a son goût.
Your French is clearer than your philosophy, Miss Hazen.
Oh, call me very exemplar.
Why do you feel a philanthropist is a hypocrite?
A man who gives his money away is trying to cover some inner feeling of guilt.
Oh, right then, I'm a potential murderer.
You may be, one never knows.
Viola, I think you've had too much to drink.
On the contrary, I know what I'm talking about. On the surface, you're respectable, generous, home-loving. I take it you have a home.
Yes, and a wife.
Oh, she probably thinks you're wonderful. You're undoubtedly beginning to think so yourself.
No, I'm not quite that conceited.
But underneath all that veneer...
Well, underneath it, what am I?
I'd find out if I made a sculpture of you.
You mean these inner trays I have would show up in your work?
When I carve, I don't see my subject from the surface. Something happens to me when I work. I only see what the subject is really like beneath his layer of flesh.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I don't have time enough to let you make the experiment, Viola.
You mean you're sorry you don't have enough nerve?
Now, really, you're going a little too far.
Oh, the outraged male. Well, if you ever feel you have courage enough to learn what you really look like underneath, you might drop in and see me. The experiment might be amusing. I can always find a little time to be amused.
I suggest you don't count on it.
Oh, but I will. You men are all alike. You're more curious than women. You drop around and I'll be waiting for you. Just look me up. I'm in the phone book. I shall be looking forward to you very soon.
Is that you, Frank?
Yes, Lucy.
Well, did you have fun?
Oh, the party was pretty dull.
Didn't you meet any interesting people at all?
No one to speak of. I just dropped in to see if you were all right. Yes, I'll have a cigar in the library and perhaps some brandy, and then I'll turn in.
Frank?
Yes?
What's the trouble?
Why, nothing.
You sound uneasy.
Ah, it's just your imagination, dear.
Put the light on and let me look at you.
Well, you satisfied?
You're sure you're not worried about anything?
Quite sure. Now, you go to sleep. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, by the way, John Wilkins called while you were out.
Huh? What for?
He wanted to remind you of that conference tomorrow at noon.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
You're going, aren't you?
Well, there was something I was thinking of doing.
Then you'd better call him in the morning and tell him.
Yes, I will. As a matter of fact, I believe I'll see him after all. That other thing I mentioned was something silly, and I've changed my mind about it. Yes, I've changed my mind. Good night, Lucy, dear.
Hello?
Hello?
Come in, won't you?
Thanks. You act as if you were expecting me.
I was.
Oh, this whole thing is ridiculous. Last night I made up my mind I wouldn't accept your childish offer.
And why are you here?
I don't know. Curiosity, perhaps?
Oh, no, it's more than that.
Now, what do you mean?
Cigarette.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Let me mix some drink.
No, please don't. I can't stay with you long.
You're frightened.
Of you? That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
You're frightened of what might happen if I modeled you in stone.
Now, look here, I think this joke's gone far enough. All this nonsense about the inner me and so on, it doesn't amuse me anymore.
Don't be angry.
I'm not angry, but I think it's rot.
Would you like me to prove it to you?
Yes, if you can. What's your charge?
Whatever you wish to pay.
And how often will I have to come?
Every evening at 8 for 3 or 4 hours. We could begin tonight if you could. Now, is it a bargain? Will you be here this evening?
Yes, I'll be here.
One thing I want you to remember, however. The responsibility is yours.
What responsibility?
For whatever happens. When you learn the truth about yourself.
Man has been on this earth for many years, and in the course of time he has risen from the primates to his present status as the most intelligent of animals. But there are a few who have not come quite so far, and who continue to teeter upon the narrow perch that divides civilization from aboriginal chaos.
How much longer, Viola?
Just a second, and you can take a break. All right, relax.
Why do you always cover the statue after you finish?
Because I don't want you to see it yet.
It's been 5 days, and I'm getting curious.
You'll see it when it's finished.
It's been rather nice being here in the evenings.
You seem to have a lot more time to spare than you thought you'd have.
Well, I've managed to arrange my affairs so that
your wife wouldn't know?
That's stupid, Viola.
But it's true, isn't it? Haven't you been keeping this from her?
Well, what if I have?
Nothing, it just amuses me, that's all.
Sometimes I think you have no heart. And what's so funny?
You're so naive.
Don't make fun of me.
Are you falling in love, Frank?
What?
With me?
Why, that's ridiculous.
Isn't it?
Stop it. What kind of a woman are you, anyway? Don't you have any sensitivity at all?
Come here, Frank, and I'll show you how sensitive I am. Come on, come in. Well?
I don't think we should have. Stop it. Stop it
Before you what?
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
Oh, so you can be angry and barbaric. I was right. Yes, well, perhaps it is time for you to see what I've done. I'm not finished, but I'd like you to tell me what you think of it so far.
You want me to uncover the statue?
Yes, go ahead.
Don't know if I should.
Frightened? Go on, Frank, go on. See yourself as I see you.
All right. Why, that's not me.
Look closely.
It looks more like some kind of monster.
It's not finished, but it's well on its way.
It's not a man, that's...
An ape? Yes, Frank. If you faced yourself honestly, you'd know what it means. All men are like that underneath. Their souls are foul and decaying.
You really hate, don't you?
I have reason for it. Look at the face, Frank, the fangs in its mouth and the eyes. Look at it closely and think of yourself. Stooped, your arms dragging. Look at the ape, Frank, that walks like a man.
You had that coming to you.
Oh, good. Very good. Now you're being honest. Now you're giving away to your real desires.
You must be out of your mind. I'm never coming back here.
You'll come back. You know you'll come back to me. Welcome home. I thought you were never coming back.
I came for that statue.
Why?
I'm going to destroy it.
I won't.
I'm going to get rid of it.
No. Not until it's finished. I've been working on it. Let me see. It's 2 weeks since you left here.
Do you know what they've been for me? Do you know how I've suffered because of you?
No, not because of me, Frank. Because of yourself. It's rather difficult to admit what we really are to ourselves.
It's hard to believe that anyone could do to me what you've done. You've taken my confidence. You've made me afraid. You've torn me down like a piece of your clay to amuse yourself.
Let me show you how far I've gone in my work.
I am going to destroy that statue of yours.
Come here. Look at it again.
It's horrible. It's the most frightful thing I've ever seen.
I have a name for it, Frank. You know what it is?
No, and I don't want to hear.
I'm calling it the Ape Man.
I'll smash it to pieces.
Frank? Why don't you face the facts?
What facts?
You know you hate the life you've been leading, and you know you hate your wife.
No.
She's like an anchor around your neck. Your whole life has been like that. You've repressed your inner feelings. You've made out to be something that you're not. Why don't you be strong like I am? Why don't you admit that you come from the jungles, and that's where you want to return?
No, you're completely insane. You must be.
Take me in your arms, Frank. Kiss me. You want to kiss?
I could kill you.
Frank. Frank, is that you?
Yes, Lucy?
Frank? Where are you? Put on the light.
No, I prefer the dark. Lucy, I'd like to ask you something.
Frank, your voice sounds so strange.
Are you happy, Lucy?
You know I am.
Really happy? Is life so wonderful for you that you want to cling to it, even though you're powerless to enjoy it the way others do?
Frank, what's come over you? You sound so different.
Don't put on the light, Lucy. I told you not to put them on.
What happened to you? You look like someone else.
I am someone else. Someone you never knew.
Your hair. Your face. I hardly recognize you.
What do I remind you of, Lucy? Don't be afraid to say it. I remind you of an ape.
Frank.
And I feel like something out of the jungles.
Frank. What are you doing with that razor?
Razor?
Are you going to kill me?
You're afraid?
No. I'm not afraid. You're ill, my dear. I've seen it coming on. Your mind is ill.
She told me you stood in the way of our happiness. She told me I had to get rid of you if I wanted her.
Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me?
Yes. I've been afraid of this. I've seen you change. I don't care what you do to me.
Lucy.
I'm ready. I'm ready now. For anything. You're back.
Yes, I'm back.
Well?
You still want me, Viola?
I told you how I wanted you.
Yes, providing I got rid of her. You wanted me to kill her.
I never used that word.
But you inferred it.
If you have murder in your heart, it must come to the surface.
You have murder in your heart.
Have I?
Murder and hate.
Yes, you're right. I have real hate. I loved once, and he was a fiend, a German fiend, a goose-stepping, hiling, rotten fiend. I loved him, and I believed in what he said, and then he left me.
And that's how you lived in Europe, Jerry.
Why not? What difference does it make as long as I had everything I wanted? I can love again, Frank. I can love you.
Me and my money?
Yes, you and everything you call your own. Frank.
Well?
Did you kill her?
No.
What happened? Why didn't you go through with it?
Because the job you did wasn't perfect. She deserves to live much more than you.
Frank, what are you doing with that hammer? Don't near me.
You wanted to make a murderer of me, didn't you?
Frank, don't be a fool. It was all a joke.
Was it?
You know I wasn't serious. You know it. Why did you open the window?
Come here, Viola.
No.
Come here.
No. Let go of me.
Come, Viola. We're 13 stories above the sea. Look how the light shine down there in civilization.
Go of me, please. Let go
People
of
down
me.
there, Viola. Good people, not people like us, not animals, apes who belong in the jungle.
If you love me, Frank, you let me go. You know you love me.
I can't love you. Now I can only hate. You made me that way, you.
Frank.
Lino, through the window.
No.
Lino. Look down. Would you like to join the others in the street? Would you like to join the civilized ones?
You're forcing me over the thing.
You can join them down there, but first you must purify yourself. You can join them, Viola, and they'll have you. In death.
Oh, don't do it, no.
Go to them, Viola. Go to them. Go with you.
To those of us who live in dignity, who respect the precepts of the conscience and the community of humans we call the world, to those life is a joy and a wholesome experience much to be desired. But to the others, the very few others whose feet are molded in clay, it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
The
Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee, Hart Maguire narrates as the Clock, and you heard Richard Davies as Frank, Georgie Sterling as Viola, Wendy Playfair as Lucy, Max Osbiston as Fred. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I was with Danny when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
That was Captain Fowler. Something had happened to his friend Danny.
I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe, but I'm not going tonight.
That was Danny. Danny knew something had happened to him, but he didn't know what it was.
But, Danny, you couldn't have done a thing like that. I know. Don't worry, Danny.
That was Faye, Danny's girlfriend. And this is Joe Rodriguez, a fisherman.
It's much better that I leave town, Danny. If I stay, I might forget I am your friend.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of fog.
Well, Danny, my boy, this is the thickest fog I've seen in this harbor in many years. I've been a sailorman for a long time.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. Can't see a single light along the entire waterfront. But we don't need light for where we're going. I know the way to the anchor pool room.
Yeah, I know, too. Hey, Danny, you didn't bring your gun, did you?
Sure I did. Why?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to let you talk to Duke Moran with a gun in your pocket.
Why not, Captain?
Well, you might lose your temper and do something you'd regret.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Cap? I ain't going to shoot anybody. I just want it in case Duke Moran gets tough.
Oh, sure, I know, but if he gets tough, you can handle him with your fist.
Sure. Unless he tried to slip a knife through my ribs.
Well,
don't worry about the gun, Captain. I won't lose my head.
So Danny and Captain Fowler continue on their way toward the anchor pool room, Duke Moran's usual hangout, where Danny intends to have a showdown with Moran. But the captain is worried about Danny's gun, for he knows that Danny hates Moran to the core of his being.
Now, look, son, I hate to keep bringing this up, but, I wouldn't go storming up to the Duke and start raising the devil.
He borrowed money from me, and he ain't kept his word about paying it back.
I know, my boy, but he'll pay it back.
No, he won't. He's planning to skip town and leave me holding the sack.
Now, look, you're working for me, Danny, and you're my best friend. And I'm going along to back up your claims because I was a witness when the loan was made. But look here, I don't want to see you in no trouble.
Oh, I'll take it easy. But I can tell you one thing.
Hey, look up for that hydrant. Look up. Danny, you're hurt. Here. Let me help you. No. That's it now. Easy does it. Up now. There we are. Nasty spill. You just sit here for a bit. You took a real header.
Huh?
How do you feel, Danny? Yeah, better let me see if you cut yourself.
Keep your hands off me. Who are you?
What?
What is it? A stick-up?
Danny, are you kidding?
Go away. Get away or I'll call the cops.
Why? Danny, you're out of your head.
Get away.
But But don't you know me?
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Oh, come back here. No, don't go away. Come back. Danny! Danny!
Danny breaks away and quickly disappears into the fog. For a quarter of an hour, Captain Fowler searches the vicinity and finally hurries on to the Anchor pool room.
Hey, any of you guys here in the pool room seen Danny Price?
Oh, hello there, Cap. No, I haven't seen Danny.
Neither have I, Cap. Don't think he's been around.
Oh, I see. Well, is Duke Moran here?
The Duke? He was here a minute ago. Where'd he go, George?
Out in the alley, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Some guy opened the back door and called him.
Some guy... Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me, was it Danny?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Captain. We didn't pay no attention to who it was.
Oh, I see. Well, okay, boys. Thanks.
Later that night, groping his way along the waterfront, Captain Fowler arrives at the box office of the Crystal Motion Picture Theater. An attractive girl is selling tickets.
Hello, Faye.
Well, hello there, Captain. Going to the show?
Oh, no, not tonight, Faye. I'm looking for Danny. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't. And I'm sore at that big lug, too. He promised faithfully he'd be here to take me home, and it's time to close the box office right now.
Look, Faye, I don't want to excite you, but I've got to tell you something. Danny's had an accident.
An accident?
Yeah. Fell down on the street. He tripped over a fire hydrant, and when he got up, you know what happened? He couldn't remember nothing. He was walking around someplace in a daze.
Good heavens.
Yes, I was with him when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
Did you tell the police?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell them, Captain. Maybe they can find him.
No, Faye, I don't want to tell the cops.
Why not?
There's a certain reason, and I don't want to talk about it here.
Look, you wait here till I check in the cash. It'll only take a few minutes. I'll be right with you.
All right, Faye.
All right, Captain, now tell me. Why didn't you notify the police?
Because Danny's got a gun on him.
Oh.
Yes. He was on his way to see Duke Moran. You know, about that money.
Oh, yes.
And he was afraid the Duke might start something.
I see. You say you've been looking for Danny?
Yes, I've been everywhere. Been to the casino, over to the bowling alley.
Have you been to Fred's Cafe?
Well, no.
Well, Danny goes there for coffee sometimes.
Well, all right. We'll take a look. Fred's Cafe, why, it's in the next block, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Faye, we got to find that kid. He's like a crazy man. You know what he did? He looked me right in the face and he didn't know me.
Oh, my goodness. Captain, suppose his memory never does come back.
Oh, no, Faye, don't carry on like that. And don't you start worrying. Yeah,
Oh.
I know how you feel. You and Danny engaged to be married and all, but don't you worry. I think everything will turn out all right.
Oh, I hope so.
Hey, wait!
Listen.
What's your hurry, folks?
That's Danny.
Well, sure it is.
You going to a fire or something? I've been chasing you for a block.
Oh, Danny.
Hiya, Faye.
Oh, Danny, you're all right.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'm all right. Except I'm kind of mixed up. All of a sudden, I'm sitting in the Clark Hotel. And I don't remember going there at all.
The Clark Hotel?
Yeah.
Well, so that's where you've been.
Well, seems to me I was walking along with you, Cap.
Of course you were, Danny. Don't you know what happened? You had a lapse of memory.
Huh?
Yeah, we've been worried to death about you. The captain and I were looking for you. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you're all right.
Oh, so I've been off my noggin.
Sure. Don't you remember falling over that fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant?
Yes, that's what did it, Danny. When I helped you up, you thought I was a stick-up man. You ran off down the street.
Well, I'll be darned. How long ago this happened, Cap?
Well, it's been an hour ago or more. You've been in the Clark Hotel all that time?
Well, how should I know?
When did you come to your senses, Danny?
Well, just now. I'm sitting there in the lobby wondering what it's all about when I seen you folks passing the window.
Oh, swell. But look, Danny boy, you're going to a doctor right away.
What do you mean, doctor?
Well, your head. You must have struck it when you fell.
Oh, my head's all right.
Oh, now, please, don't put up an argument, Danny.
Oh, now, look. Hey, here comes an ambulance.
Maybe I better flag it down and crawl in.
Oh, now don't be smart.
Wait a minute. That's no ambulance. Oh, it's a police car.
Oh, come on, never mind the police car. Danny, come over here under the light. Let me take a look at your head.
Oh, now look, Faye. I tell you there's nothing wrong with
Hey, look. You see where that car's stopping?
Huh?
Over in front of the Anchor pool room.
Yeah? Well, wonder what's happened there.
Well, I don't know.
No, forget it.
No, I want to find out what's going on.
Yeah, so do I.
Come on, Danny, let's go over and see.
All right, you people, get back now. Don't block the doorway. Hey, what's happened, officer? The guy's been killed. Shot.
Yeah?
Yeah. They just found his body out in back of the pool hall.
Well, who was he? Do you know?
Yeah, Duke Moran.
Duke Moran murdered, killed on the very night that you, Danny, with hatred in your heart and a gun in your pocket, were on your way to demand your money. Could it be that after your mind went blank, you continued on to the Anchor pool room? Look at your gun, Danny. If no shots have been fired, you're all in the clear.
Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
Come on, Danny, let's go.
Well, how do you like that? A guy gets bumped off owing me $100.
Yep, and you can kiss that dough goodbye.
And how?
Captain, who do you suppose killed Moran?
Well, how should I know? Didn't have any enemies that I know of. Except Danny.
What do you mean, except Danny? I wasn't the guy's enemy. I just wanted my money back, that's all.
Sure, I know.
You know what?
But you just wanted your money back. What are you getting so excited about?
Hey, boys, let's not walk down this way. There's no doctor in this direction.
Oh, say, will you let up on that doctor thing? I tell you, there's nothing wrong with my head.
How do you know?
Well, anyhow, I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe. My head starts aching or something.
Is that a promise?
Oh, okay, that's a promise.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah?
You know, I went to that pool hall right after you disappeared. I thought maybe I'd find you there.
Yeah? Was I there?
No, you wasn't. I asked about Moran, and they said he'd just gone out in the alley. Somebody opened the back door and called him.
Why, Captain, you must have been there just before the murder.
Sure looks like it. I'm sorry now I didn't go out and back and see who Moran was with.
It's a shame you didn't.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, I've been wondering...
All right, go ahead and say it. It was me that called him out and back. It was me that killed him.
Why, Danny.
Well, that's what he's thinking, Faye. I can see it sticking out all over him.
Danny, you mustn't say that.
He knows I've been out of my head for an hour. Can't remember a thing, so now he's trying to pin a crime on me.
Shut up, you fool. Shut up. Why should I want to pin a crime on you?
That's what I'd like to know.
What if you did kill Moran? I'm not holding it against you. You couldn't be blamed. You was off your nut.
Well, I didn't kill him.
How do you know?
I didn't. I know I didn't.
Yes, but how do you know?
Oh, Captain, use your head. Danny lost his memory, and that includes his memory of Moran and his grudge against Moran and everything.
Sure. So now what do you got to say?
Well, maybe that grudge was in the back of your mind, Danny. Even while your memory wasn't working.
You see, Faye, he's bound to make out I did it.
Oh, no such thing. But look here, if you was mixed up in this murder, Danny, it's up to me to help you. I'm your friend. And I've got to find out about it, Danny. Now, let me see your gun.
Huh?
Let me see your gun.
Now, the devil with you.
Let him see it, Danny. That'll settle everything.
Well, all right. Sure he can see it. There you are, Cap.
Thanks, Danny. Well, the barrel smells of powder.
Oh, you're crazy.
And 2 slugs have been fired, Danny. Look here.
All right, so the gun's been fired. And that means I killed Moran, I suppose. You're crazy, I tell you.
He's right, Captain. That gun doesn't prove a thing. He might have fired those shots anywhere for no reason at all.
Sure, I've been out of my head, ain't I?
Don't you worry, Danny boy. You didn't kill Moran.
Of course I didn't.
You couldn't have done a thing like that. Not even in a trance. So don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. Don't worry, Danny, darling.
Poor Faye. She doesn't believe her own brave talk. Deep down in her heart, she's afraid that Danny is a killer. It is nearly midnight now. Danny and Captain Fowler have returned to their boat, the fishing boat Dolphin, in the harbor. Danny sits on the deck, gazing morosely into the fog. Well, you better turn in, kid. You ought to get some sleep.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Stick here a minute, will you, Cap? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
I'm sorry I blew my top the way I did when we was ashore.
Oh, that's all right, Danny.
I know you was thinking of my interest when you asked to see the gun.
Sure I was.
All kidding aside, Looks pretty much like I bumped off Moran, doesn't it, Cap?
Well, Danny, to be honest with you, it does. Still, there's room for doubt. And if I was you, I'd lay low and say nothing.
I know one thing. I could never be convicted of murder, even if I did do it.
Why not?
Because I was suffering from amnesia.
Yeah. Trouble is, how are we going to prove that?
How are we going to prove it? Well, couldn't you prove it? You was there when it happened. You saw me go slug nutty.
Sure, but who's going to believe me? I'm your friend. They'd think I was lying to save your neck.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, things look pretty bad then, don't they?
Now, look, Danny. Don't go hanging yourself in advance. You know, maybe it's like Fay said. Maybe you just happened to fire them shots.
Hey, listen. I hear a motorboat.
So what?
It's coming this way. Hear it?
Well... sure, I hear it.
It's the cops. They're coming here to ask questions.
Oh.
I'm getting out of here, Cap.
No, you keep your shirt on. I'll hail the boat and find out who it is. Now, you wait right here. Ahoy there! Ahoy! Who is it?
It's me, Joe Rodriguez.
Oh. Hey, what, Danny? It's only Portuguese Joe.
What's he doing out here this time of night?
Well, I don't know.
Here is my light, Captain. You make me fast. I'm coming aboard.
Okay, Joe.
How'd you know we'd be up this way?
Yeah. I just took a chance, Danny. But I am glad you are up.
Oh, don't tell me you ran out of live bait again.
Oh, no. I got plenty live bait.
Oh?
What can we do for you, Joe? Captain, I got a little business proposition I would like to talk over with Danny. And I would like to talk to him private.
Private? Oh, now, wait a minute. Anything you got to say to me, you can say in front of the captain.
Oh, no, Danny. This is private. Very private.
Oh, see, well,
that's okay, kid. I'll go below. I was about to turn in anyway. Thank you, Captain. Oh, don't keep him up too long, Joe. He needs some sleep. I'll just be a few minutes, Captain. Good night.
Good night. Well, what's on your mind?
Danny, I'm fed up with East Town. Business is rotten here. I want to go to Seattle.
Yeah?
And I need a little money, Danny. $200. And I want for Jewel should let me have it.
Are you kidding?
Ain't you got $200?
Sure. Sure I have, but I'm getting married in a few days. I need every cent I've got.
Oh, yeah? The sweet young lady who works at the Crystal Theater, huh? You'll be very happy with her, Danny.
You bet I will.
But you'll be much more happy if you give me the money so I can get out of town, Danny.
What do you mean?
I am your friend, Danny, and I do not wish to cause you any trouble. But I know something about you that nobody else in this world knows. Not one soul.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tonight I am in an alley, behind the anchor pool room. There is much fog, but I can see a little bit because there is a light. I see you shoot to Moran. Twice. To the heart.
You're a dirty liar.
So you see, Danny, it's much better I should leave town. If I stay here, I might get drunk someday and forget I am your friend. I might talk, Danny.
You climb in that boat of yours and get back to shore. Go on or I'll throw you overboard.
You come to see me tomorrow, huh? Before noon? If you don't come by noon, well, maybe I get drunk, huh?
Cap, you awake?
Oh, yes, Dan.
Well, there's no room for doubt now. I'm the guy that did it.
How do you know?
Portuguese Joe was an eyewitness. He was there in the alley, saw the whole thing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
That's right, Cap. That dirty rat came out here to blackmail me. Tried to shake me down for $200. Said I'd have to dig it up by tomorrow noon or he'd start talking.
Well, I'll be darned. Kid, I guess it's time we started doing some fast thinking.
Now, that ain't necessary, Cap. I'm clearing out tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get panicky now. Now, let's give it some thought.
Oh, no, I'm on my way, Cap. No fooling.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm going for good. I won't be back.
You won't be? Oh, now, look here. What about Fay? What about your wedding?
Well, that's just a broken dream, Cap.
Oh, damn. Well, at least you're going to see her before you go, ain't you?
No.
Well, Danny, what's the matter with you? It ain't fair you to run out on Fay.
It's the fairest thing in the world. Why prolong the agony? There's got to be a clean break.
Oh, but Fay is such a grand kid. And she'll wait for you.
Faye's loyal. Yes, sir, Danny. After this thing blows over, you'll find Faye right here waiting for you.
I don't want her to wait for me. And I ain't coming back. Can't you understand that? You think I'd marry Faye now? Me, a killer?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I love that girl. I wouldn't bring disgrace on her. And it would be disgrace even if I cleared myself of the charge. I'd still be a killer.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you would. Well, I guess there's no use talking to you. You won't listen to a word I say.
No, Cap. I've made up my mind. I'm going to pack my grip now and go ashore.
Aye, golly, kid, I sure hate to lose you.
Yeah, I hate to go, too, Cap. You've been a prince to me. More like a brother than a boss.
All I can say is thanks, Danny.
Even when you knew I was saving up my money to buy a boat of my own, to go into competition with you, you never said a word.
Why should I? This is a free country. Every man has a right to advance himself.
And, about Faye, I wish you'd explain to her. You know what to say.
Well, I'm not quite as good a talker as you are, Danny, but I'll try.
You know something, Cap? I wish you and Faye get married. I know you'd make her happy.
Me and Faye? Oh, no, she wouldn't have me.
Don't be too sure about that. She'll forget about me after a while. But explain things to her, will you?
Well, okay, Danny. I'll try. I'll do my best.
Well, I'm going to hit the first freight train out of town. So long, Captain. Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, Danny, I'm so glad I saw you. I was about to get a boat and go out to the Dolphin.
Yeah?
I've got some wonderful news for you.
What?
At least I think I have. What caliber is your revolver?
Well, it's a .38.
I thought so. Danny, you didn't kill him. You didn't kill Moran. He was shot with a .45.
Huh?
Yeah. I just came from the police hospital. They took the bullets from Moran's body. They were bullets from a .45.
Oh, no. No, that can't be right.
It is right, Danny.
Oh, there's some mistake, honey. Look, I hadn't figured on telling you this, but there was an eyewitness to the murder. Portuguese Joe, the bait peddler. He'd just been out to the boat trying to shake me down for some hush money.
Oh, he's a liar if he says you did it.
Oh, no, honey, you got a bum steer about them bullets.
I didn't, I tell you. I got it straight from the doctor. What's more, I've been to the Clark Hotel. The clerk said you were there for practically an hour, sitting by the window. That means you went there right after you left the captain, so you couldn't have been to the pool room.
Well, I'll be darned. Now, look, Faye, suppose you go out to the Dolphin. Here, take this grip. Tell the captain what you just told me. And tell him I'm paying a visit to Portuguese Joe right now.
Yes. Just 1 minute. Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Danny.
Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Danny. You could just as well have come in the morning.
I wanted to get this thing settled.
Sure. Have you got any money?
Joe, you didn't see me shoot Moran.
Nah, Danny, I hope you're not going to put up no argument.
You lied to me, and I'm here to get the truth.
Now, look, Danny.
Come on, admit it. You lied to me, didn't you?
No.
Oh, yes, you did.
Oh, let me go. Let me go.
I'll choke the living daylights out of you, you rat. Come on, tell me you lied.
Yes, I lied to you.
I thought so.
Let me go now.
Sure, I'll let you go. But you're going to come clean. You're going to give me the lowdown on this whole rotten business. Come on now, start talking.
The fog has lifted now, and the eastern sky heralds the approach of dawn. As Danny returns to the Dolphin, he finds Faye standing on the deck.
Hey, Danny, I thought you'd never get back. It's almost daylight.
Well, I had a long ways to go, honey. Joe lives way out at the end of the Channel Street Wharf. That's where his bait shack is.
Well, what'd you find out? You face him with his lie?
I sure did. Is the captain in his cabin?
No, he's not. He's gone ashore.
Gone ashore?
Danny, there's something wrong with the captain. He's been acting very queerly.
Yeah?
When I told him you'd gone to see Portuguese Joe, his face went as white as a sheet. Then he went over to his desk and wrote a note. Sealed it in an envelope and told me to give it to you when you come back.
I'll bet I know what's in it.
What?
A confession. But I won't need it now. I got one from Joe.
What do you mean?
Honey, the captain's been framing me.
Framing you?
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Remember he said he didn't go out and back of the pool hall to see who it was that called Moran out in the alley?
Yes.
Well, he lied. He did go out there, and he saw the murder committed. He knew who did it.
Why, Danny.
And right then, he got a bright idea. He figured he'd make me believe I committed that murder. So I'd take it on the lam. Get out of town. You see, honey?
Well, why would he do that?
Because he was in love with you.
What?
Our wedding day was getting closer, and the captain was half crazy with jealousy. He wanted me out of the picture so that he could marry you.
Oh, Danny, I can't believe that.
It's true, honey. Joe told me. I'd have got a lot more out of Joe, too, only he broke loose from me and dived into the water. Last I seen of him, he was swimming away.
Well, what about the murder? Did you find out who killed Moran?
I got a hunch that Joe himself did it. After he left, I looked around his shack. And I found an IOU there signed by the Duke.
It did. And the Duke owed Portuguese Joe money, too.
Yep. And I figured the captain made Joe a proposition. If Joe'd come here and make me believe I was the killer, the captain wouldn't squeal on it.
Sure, Danny. That makes sense.
Well, I'd better see what the captain wrote.
Yeah. Open it up, Danny.
Dear Danny, I suppose you know everything by now. I haven't got the nerve to face you, kid, so I'll be the one to hit the freight. You won't need to save any more money for that boat. I've signed over the Dolphin to you. You'll find the papers in my desk. Good luck, Danny, and make Faye a good husband.
Yes, the captain was the villain in our story. But wait, what about Danny's gun with the 2 empty shells? That doesn't fit into our solution at all. Or does it? Remember when the captain and Danny were on their way to the pool hall and Danny stumbled over the hydrant? The fog was pretty thick, you know. The captain didn't have a bit of trouble in slipping that gun out of Danny's pocket. He wanted to make sure Danny didn't use it on Moran. And later, after the captain had formulated his plot against Danny, it was a simple matter for him to fire a couple of shots from the gun and then slip it back into Danny's pocket when he met Faye and Danny on the street. Yeah, a fog sometimes has its advantages.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Conner, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the unusual story of jealousy. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Green Light.
You wouldn't be a railroader, would you? No, I was pretty sure you wasn't. Well, I can usually tell a rail a mile away, but, well, you look kind of as if you might have been one time or something. Oh, it's a compliment. Got to be a mighty good man to be a railroader. Not as good as you used to have to be, of course, but it's still a man-sized job. Me? Sure, once I was. Yeah, in my time, you could pretty near always tell a railroader. Know how? Well, sir, if he had a thumb or a couple of fingers missing, you could tell he was a brakeman. One of them old-time coupling pins, you know. More three-fingered brakeman. And if you seen a fellow with one leg, you was pretty certain he's a railroader. Yeah, 'cause there wasn't so many wars and automobiles and things like that to cut a fellow's leg off then. Pretty near always he left it on a railroad track summers. Sure, that's how I lost mine. Yeah. Lost it a long time ago. Long time ago that was, see? Phil Connor's my name. Pleased to meet you. I'm getting on the chief at 12:01. First time I ever been on one of them streamliners. First time I ever rode behind a diesel engine, too. We're going to California. Yeah, meet my girl. I ain't seen her in 42 years. She married another party, and then he passed away last May, and she got to writing to me. So I'm going to go see her. Got rid of a lot of my pride in 42 years. Yeah, sure have. Pride? Oh. Well, I wasn't going to let her marry a fella with one leg, see? She bawled and boo-hooed about it, but I was a young fool, and I went away and left her. Look at all them years wasted. Now, I got some good years left, don't you fool yourself, even if I have got only one leg. I guess you might say I lost it in a railroad accident. And again, you might not. That was part of the reason why I ran away and left Addie, you see. When I lost my leg, people thought I had bats in my belfry. Yeah, I don't suppose you chew tobacco, do you? I'm trying to break myself of the habit before I see Addie. She was always set against it, you see. But I got a couple of days before I get to California, and I guess one more left. She won't hurt me. Don't have cuspidors and depots anymore, it seems to me. Oh, well, an old-time shark don't spit much anyhow. I wasn't rightly a railroader, you see. I mean, I pounded brass. It's an egrapher, a brass pounder. I was working on this little branch line down South Sea, working the night trick of this little bitty town, what is this lumber mill. 40, 50 people, practically all of them in the mill. But when the mill shut down, there ain't nobody much in the town. The day operator, he was Addie's brother. Ham Dorsey, his name was. They had a little house in town, and I roomed there. So I got to know Addie Dorsey. I tell you, these here deserted little towns. You ever been in one? Good gosh, at night all there is hooty owls and squirrels, jumping up and down on the roof and hooting, raising a racket so that you think nobody could sleep. But you can sleep all right. This night trick was a peach. Only had one train through after 11 o'clock, wait rate to come through any time between 11:30 and 1:30, depending on how many cars they had to set off down the line. Had to do their own switching on this here line. Only had 5 locomotives, old-fashioned 240s, looked like to come out of the ark. Well, after I got used to the hooty owls and the other animals, I found I could get me quite a bit of shut-eye after this way freight come through. Never was much traffic on the wire. Sometimes I'd sit and talk with some of the other operators a while. We never had much to talk about, so I'd sit and read a while and drowse off to sleep. Put my head right down alongside the sounder. The minute I'd hear him call, I'd be wide awake. Yeah, a lot of old brass pounders can do that. You can set off a giant firecracker alongside their ear, and they won't turn a hair. But leave their own call come through, and they're on the ball like that. Well, then after I'd been on a job a couple of months, Addie Dorsey, she got into the habit of coming past and bringing me a bucket of coffee along about 9 o'clock. And we'd sit and talk. Oh, there is a cuspidor. Me and Addie, we was sitting there this one night in the summertime. It was kind of hot and sultry. The hooty owls and the squirrels had got discouraged and gone to bed or something. You couldn't hear a sound anyplace. We were just sitting there at the edge of the light that come from the drop light over the table, talking kind of quiet.
Feels like a storm coming up.
We could stand some rain, I guess.
That's so.
Oh, excuse me, Addie.
Hope it isn't the company.
Oh, didn't get much sleep today. Catch me a little after the way freight pulls through. Hope he's halfway on time tonight.
He never is.
He sure ain't.
Don't you ever get tired of this kind of job, Phil?
I sure do.
I should think you would.
It's awful monotonous.
It isn't good for you.
What I'd like to get... I'd like to do is get me a job with one of the telegraph companies. I know a fellow down in Orleans. Frank Gibbons, his name is. His sign is J.B. He's only been working for Postal 8 months, and he gets $96 a month.
Goodness.
Wears a stiff collar every day, lives on the fat of the land. 2 years ago, he was just a common brass pounder like me.
I think it'd make you ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I got plenty of time.
Nobody's got plenty of time.
Huh? Wait a minute. Oh, that's just Jim Nolan down the Grove side and talking to the dispatcher. What was you saying about time?
Said nobody's got plenty of time.
How's that?
Well, you can't ever tell what's going to happen. You know, the best laid plans are mice and men.
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so.
Hate to see you wasting your time in a place like this.
Do?
Certainly do. Bad enough for my brother Ham, but he's 44 years old, and he's always going to be an old batch. But you...
I'm not going to be any old batch.
Well, you're not going to find many girls that'll marry you, unless you're making a decent salary.
Would you marry me if I was making money, Abby?
Why, of course.
You would?
If you was making $96 a month, I'd marry you in a minute, Phil Connors. If you're to ask me.
Well, I'd be darned.
Well, you see.
You know, I might do just that, Addie. Would you like living in New Orleans or Peoria or someplace like that?
I've seen pictures of New Orleans.
I know a fella in Peoria, dispatcher for the Big Four. That's a nice town.
I'd like to go out west.
Well, maybe I could find a job out there. They say it's a coming country.
Don't know how it is for raising a family, though. My heavens. Is that thunder?
I thought I seen lightning.
Oh, I gotta get home before the storm.
Oh, it ain't here yet.
Well, I better go.
Oh, no, wait a little.
Why?
Why, keep the company, talk.
Oh, I don't want to get caught in a storm.
Oh, maybe it'll blow over.
Well, I'll wait a few minutes.
Sure, sit down. Have another cup of coffee.
No, thanks. My, did you see that lightning?
Pretty, wasn't it?
Oh, it scares me.
Well, set so you can't see out the window. Over here.
I better go.
No, stay.
Oh, real comfortable here, ain't it?
Turn your chair around, Danny. Like that, you see? Now you can't see the lightning. You better.
Oh, it's fine. Phil, I gotta go before the storm hits.
Sure. Addie, you were saying something about raising a family.
Now, we're not married yet.
I know.
Like as not, we won't be. You probably got another girl somewhere.
No, I haven't.
You sure you ain't?
Well, you're the first girl I ever seen that I'd want to marry, Addie.
Are you popping the question, Phil?
I popped it a while ago. You said yes.
If you get a good job.
I'll get a good job, Addie.
Well, then.
What'd you do, if I was to ask you for a kiss?
Expect I'd give it to you. Seeing we're engaged. Oh, Phil, we'll be so happy.
We sure will, honey.
Oh, Phil, you devil, you.
What's the matter?
It's raining.
Why, sure. It's been raining for 5 minutes.
Oh, you did that on purpose.
Well, I didn't make it rain.
Yeah, but you made me turn away from the window so as I couldn't see it rain.
Well, I want you to stay here a while.
I got a notion to go right home in the rain anyhow.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gracious. It's just pouring.
Well, you'll have to stay here a while now.
Oh, I could kill you.
Oh, come on. It ain't so unpleasant as all that, is it?
Well, could be worse, I suppose. Dear, this storm will probably last all night.
Well, hardly ever does.
Oh, hand me some coffee. Might as well make the best of it.
Sure. Coffee's cold, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't mind.
I'll put sugar in it. How big a family was you figuring on us having?
Oh, not a very big one. Big families are awful expensive to raise. 2 boys, maybe, and 3 girls?
I wouldn't mind that.
What was that?
Whistle?
Oh, it's only 10 o'clock. Can't be the way freight, can it?
Oh, I never heard of them being that early. Wait, I'll go look.
You got a green light for him?
Sure, practically always got a green light.
You see him?
It was raining awful hard. Yeah, there's his headlight.
Well, if it's that freight and they're going to stop here, I'm going to run it. I want that crew to...
Tain't him. And he ain't going to stop, whoever he is. Why, he's really highballing. It's an extra. I can see his green markers.
Well, who could it be?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Let's go outside.
Well, hurry up.
Hey, look at that engine. Well, that's a 6/8-wheeler.
What about it?
Well, he ain't got any of them on his line.
You suppose you could have got lost or something?
I don't know, but he sure got the Johnson bar over in the corner hole. He better ease up time he gets to that curve at Reno Hill.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard of.
Me too. Look at that booger roll. Why, he must be making 50 miles an hour. If he ain't careful... I knowed it. Run and get your brother quick, Eddie. He's left the iron. So, I quick run inside and got the dispatcher and told him about this here train and the way he piled up, and all he said was, "What train?" Appears he didn't know no more about it than I did, so I ran outside and set the board red against the way freight so as he wouldn't pile up on top of this here wild train. I got me a lantern and I run down the track like a bat out of the bat place, and Addie, she was waking up her brother and the rest of the people in town. The rain was coming down fit to kill. Well, sir, you know what? I run pretty near a mile down the track. That train wasn't 500 feet away from the depot when he left the iron. But I looked high and low, and there wasn't a sign of nothing. Not hiding her hair, that train. Now, what do you think of that? Well, Addie and her brother sure roused up the town, and a couple of fellas got out a hand car, and they pumped it all the way down to the next flag stop. They couldn't find hide in her hair, but neither. And the wires was jumping. Everybody from the master mechanic down to the section bosses was asking questions. And if you think I didn't have a great time answering them, man. Well, you see, I couldn't call in Addie for a witness. Well, how would that look? You know. Oh, she wanted to get me out of the sandy I got myself into, and her brother Ham said she should, too, but, yeah, I wouldn't leave her do it. Well, I got off with a warning. I had a good reputation for soberness, you see, so everybody finally agreed I had a nightmare or something, and they jumped up and down on me for falling asleep. Then I took a lot of kidding from the other operators along the line. Got pretty doggone tired of it, too. Well, Ham and me, we had a lot of discussion about it, and Ham, he said it probably was a ghost train. Said he'd heard about ghost trains before. Like President Lincoln's funeral train that they see every once in a while, running along slow in the night, all draped in black, and the bell tolling like a church bell. Never heard of that? Well, you ask old-time railroaders sometime. Well, one thing was, Addie never come around to the depot nights anymore. But we talked a lot.
Don't you see, Phil? This is the best time for you to get out of here now and go somewhere else and get a job.
I don't see it, Addie.
Well, everybody's making jokes now about you.
It ain't no joke to me, Addie.
I know, Phil. Didn't I see it with my own eyes?
Well, sure, but...
But what?
Well, I ain't going to leave here till I find out what this thing was.
Oh, Phil.
Listen, Addie. A thing like this can follow a man all his life. Well, I'd go asking for a job with Postal or Western Union or somebody. First thing, they'd look me up, and people would tell them about this, and, well, where'd I be? No, sir, I'm going to stay here and find out about this here ghost train or whatever it was.
But how are you going to find out, Phil?
I don't know. I keep looking.
Phil, don't you love me?
Huh? Sure.
Well, then won't you please?
Honey, I gotta figure this out my own way. I'll never have a good enough job to marry you if I have this ghost train thing hanging over me all my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, I got it kind of doped out. I figure this here was some kind of unlawful thing. What? I don't know, but there's something queer about it.
You don't believe it was a ghost?
Ain't no such thing.
Well, we heard a crash.
Did we?
Huh?
Mightn't that have been a extra loud thunder crash?
My goodness, Phil, I never thought of that.
See?
Phil, I bet you...
You see?
But what?
Well, I got it in my mind that somebody's in cahoots with somebody else on this streak of rust here. And whoever it is would be glad to see me get out of here.
Goodness, Phil.
So I'm not going to go, see? They'll pull this trick again. And I'm going to be ready for them.
How?
I'm going to set a red board against them. Ain't no hoghead in the world, crook or no crook, could run through a red signal.
And then what?
Then I got me a .38 revolver, and I'm going to see what's going on. Then maybe I'll get me a reward. So, that's how I got my leg cut off. That's how it happened 42 years afterwards to be going to California to meet my girl Addie. About a week later, I was drowsing in the depot about 10:30. I hear the whistle. Well, I never waited a second. I reached out to the lever and I swung it around. I could see the reflection outside change from green to red. Man, I could hear them brakes going on from right there. So I turned out the light over my table and I reached in the drawer and I took out the .38. And I went outside. And that big 6.8 wheeler eased right up alongside of me. And the only light there was from his headlight up ahead, the little green marker lights on the engine, and the red from the semaphore. So I just stood there, waiting. And nothing happened. Nobody said nothing for the longest time. great big fellow was standing right there by my side. He surprised me so I dropped the revolver. He just laughed.
Well, you stumped us, boy.
I sure did.
Well, that's fine.
Who are you?
Listen, boy, we got to get going.
I was kicking around the cinders for my revolver, but I couldn't find it. He said again.
Listen, boy, we got to get going.
What do you mean, we?
You and me.
Oh, no, you don't, mister.
Sure, boy. I got to get me a fireman.
What are you talking about?
Give me a green light, boy, and climb aboard.
I won't do it.
Oh, sure you will.
And sure enough, I did. I don't know how or why I've done it, but I turned around, I set the board clear, and the light was green again. Then I felt myself taking hold of the grab irons, and I climbed up into the cab. I hit the deck. The engineer, he says,
"Grab a shovel, boy. Get to work. We're going to roll."
And I felt something like a kind of song going through my head. And he leans over and he says,
"What's your name, boy?"
And I told him, "Bill Connors." And I said, "What's yours, mister?" And he laughed and he said,
"Why, my name's Jones, boy. Casey Jones."
He said to the fireman, "Boy, you better jump, 'cause there's two big locomotives that are gonna to bump."
"Sure." They bumped all right. I didn't jump in time. And Addie found me there on the right-of-way with my leg cut off. There wasn't hide nor hair or any train wreck or anything. Just nothing. Hand me my crutches, would you?
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Addie was Ann Seymour. The engineer was Gus Gordon. And the singer was Bill Huggins. Original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's Quiet Please is called Pathetic Fallacy, in which I shall attempt to dramatize a figure's speech. I shall probably be about as much surprised as you are.
Next Monday night, Quiet Please will be heard at a new time over most of these mutual stations. Consult your local paper for time and station.
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York and will be heard next week at 9:30. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctum once again. Come in. You know, so many people have asked me to explain the significance of the creaking door, but I don't really have to. You see, the door creaks for itself. I was going to have a friend of mine here tonight to give you a short explanation. Being an undertaker by profession, he's an authority on the subject, but he couldn't make it. He's been so busy. Poor chap. He's literally buried in his work. All right, friends. Let's get dreadful. Now remember, don't scream back at the radio. It won't do you any good. All set. Then listen as we hear our star, Anne Seymour, in the role of Catherine Bryan, tell us this story in her own words.
Flash of lightning, like a giant white electric light, lit up the sky that night as I went up the walk. And Bryan Mansion looked like a huge gabled tomb standing there on the hill. For a moment I wanted to run, but much as I hated it, I'd come back. Not because I lived there, not because I wanted to be there, but because of this house. I should find out if I was going to live or if I was going to die. I let myself in quietly, made my way to the living room. There was a rustling of skirts, and Mother suddenly appeared in the dim, shadowy light.
Kathy, dear.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, you're so late, I was getting worried.
Was my stepfather worried, too?
Why, yes, dear. Mark is still up. Here, you've got to take your coat off. It's so true.
Don't you touch me.
Kathy, darling.
And don't start sniveling over me again, Mother. I can't stand it.
I was just trying to help you.
Always trying to help me. Why didn't you think of helping me before you married that man upstairs? But no. You're such a pretty woman, Mother. You couldn't possibly be without a husband. What would people say?
Catherine, please, you can't go on like this.
No, I can't. I can't go on very much longer without destroying myself.
You must not say such things.
And why not? It would make you and Mark very happy if I should die. Wouldn't it?
Catherine.
No one in this house wants me to go on living.
Good evening, Catherine.
Mark. I didn't know you were here.
I'm aware of that. I heard you.
Mark, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean a word of it.
Oh, but I did. Now that you're both here, there's something I must find out tonight. It's very important.
What is it?
10 years ago, my father died.
Catherine, we can't discuss that now.
We must. I've got to know certain things.
Why?
Because if I don't, something quite dreadful might happen to me.
Now, Catherine, you're exaggerating.
Dr. Wells doesn't think so. I've been going to him for months now. He knows there's grave danger that I'll go completely out of my mind if I don't find out about this.
My poor darling.
Don't pity me, Mother. Help me. Tell me how my father died. You know you were there.
But, Catherine, there's nothing to tell. Your father was killed in an accident. He was a doctor.
That will be enough, Flora.
Mark.
We'll call Dr. Wells the first thing in the morning and discuss the matter with him.
Why don't you let her tell me? What have you got to hide?
We are not going to discuss this until I speak to Dr. Wells. Now, Laura, I suggest you come upstairs as soon as possible. Good night, Capsule.
Mother, he's gone. You're going to tell me. Where was this accident? How did it happen? Who was involved?
Kathy, you're in no state to hear anything right now. Mark was right. We should speak to Dr. Wells about it first.
Yes. Speak to him so you both can make up an appropriate lie to tell me. I don't want any lies. I want the truth, Mother. And I'm prepared to go to any length to get it. Look at this now, Catherine. Look at it, I tell you. Look at it. What is it? A woman sold it to me. Today. A strange little woman.
It's a sort of tiny painted tile.
Not just an ordinary tile, Mother. It comes from the Orient, the woman said. Do you see this very odd design? If you look at it long enough, she said, a strange thing will happen. You'll find yourself able to talk with the dead. See them wherever they are. Touch them. Catherine, I'm going to talk to my father.
You can't be serious.
You won't tell me what I want to know. Then maybe the dead will. Mother left the room, and I sat down in front of the fireplace, just as I used to when I was a child. I looked at the tile, at the design. The parallel lines and dots began to dance before my eyes. I stared at it. It seemed to hold, control my gaze. And then almost at once, I felt an icy chill, and the design vanished. In its place, there was black, infinite space, filled with shadows and still shadows beyond shadows. Then I noticed a speck of gray come out of that blackness. There was a strange, sulphurous odor in the air as it came toward me. At first, very slowly, and gradually faster and faster, as though it were coming to me through endless years of space. Suddenly, there was an ear-shattering thunderclap. A streak of lightning zigzagged through the room in an insane dance, and I heard the front door close. I heard footsteps approaching. I turned around, faced the doorway, and then I saw him.
Don't scream.
Who are you?
You are Kathy Bryan.
You know me?
I did. 10 years ago.
Where did you come from?
Tell me, how do I appear to you?
How you appear?
Yes. Please.
You have white hair, white beard. But your eyes... No, it can't be.
What can't be? That my eyes are the eyes of a corpse? That I look more like a dead man than a living one?
Yes.
That should not be so strange.
Who are you? Did you know my father?
Dr. Bryan. Very well. Very well indeed.
How did he die? I want to know that.
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
How do you know?
I saw it all.
You?
I was punished for it.
You murdered him?
No, I didn't kill him. He was the only friend I had in the world. That's why I came back here tonight. Didn't you ever know how your father died?
No.
Would you like to know?
More than anything in the world.
He was the kindest of men. And that's what led to his destruction. He took a man under his care. A man who had been given up as a raving maniac. And rather than see this man placed in an institution, he kept him in the guest cottage of his house.
Wait, I remember now. The man was a poet.
Yes. His name was Dennis Damore. Your father believed this man was a great poet and struggled to save him.
Did this man murder my father?
No. One evening when your father came in to treat Damore, there was a third man in the darkened cottage. This man leaped at your father and drove a knife into his back. The poor madman, frightened, ran over the countryside until he was caught by the police. And he was charged with the murder of your father.
You said you saw all this.
I did.
Then you are...
The madman, Dennis Damore.
You're dead?
Perhaps I am.
The murderer. Who was the person who murdered my father?
You know him quite well. He's the man who's now married to your mother, Mark Weldon.
No. Can you prove this?
Your father is the only one who can prove this.
My father. Can you bring him back here?
Bring him back?
You came back. If you could only bring him and prove this.
Prove it? Perhaps I can. Perhaps I will bring him back tonight.
Just then, there was a tremendous thunderclap, and the electric lights failed. I tried to see him by the firelight, but he wasn't in the room. I ran to the door, stumbling over furniture in the shadows and screaming for him to wait. I opened the front door, but he wasn't there.
Kathy, we heard you screaming.
Did you, Mother?
What happened?
I found out how my father died.
Really? How?
He was murdered.
Laura, did you tell her anything?
No, not a word, Mark, I swear. Kathy, how did you find out?
I told you how I'd find out.
That tile.
Yes, it worked.
That's impossible.
Of course you'd say that. But I discovered tonight that you, Mark, murdered my father. That you cleverly arranged that a poor patient of his named Dennis Damore would be arrested for the crime that you committed.
Who told you this?
Dennis Damore.
Damore? Was he here?
Yes. He told me everything.
And you believed him?
Why shouldn't I?
Why, the man's a maniac. I don't know how he ever got here. He should be at the State Institution for the Criminally Insane.
Number, please.
Hello, operator. Will you put through a call to the State Institution for the Criminally Insane at Blyton? I wish to speak to whomever is in charge. And call me back as soon as you get them. It's urgent.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you. Now, Catherine, you claim you actually spoke to this man?
Yes, Mark. He told me he saw you murder my father.
Why, you're lucky you escaped with your life. Well, the man is a homicidal maniac. I find it shocking that you should even begin to believe this fantastic story.
But it seems to be true, Mark, doesn't it? My father was murdered, and Dennis Damore was sent away for the crime.
Yes, that part of it is true. But to accuse me? Laura, we've tolerated her in this enough, but this is... Hello?
Hello, this is Dr. King, the night supervisor of State Institution.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. King. This is Mark Weldon speaking. Has one of your patients, Dennis Damore, escaped?
Dennis Damore, the poet?
Yes, that's right. A homicidal maniac.
He hasn't escaped, Mr. Weldon. He was one of the patients who was killed in a fire that broke out in this place 2 years ago.
What's that?
Didn't you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mark, what is it?
Dennis Damore is dead. He was killed 2 years ago.
Well, friend, how'd you like to have a little Chinese tile that can produce dead men for you? Oh, don't you think that Dennis Damore is a ghost? Perhaps you think he's just an old pop-eyed poltergeist? Well, we'll know in a moment as we hear Catherine Bryan tell us the second half of her weird story.
My stepfather's hand trembled as he hung up the phone. And even in the red glow of the firelight, I could see his face had suddenly turned snowy white.
It's impossible. The dead can't come back. Unless you're making up this whole thing, Kathy.
Why should I invent a story like this?
Because you've always been insanely jealous. You've always hated your mother for marrying me. Isn't that true, Laura? Isn't it?
Yes. It's true.
There. You see, Catherine? Your mother loves you. She wouldn't lie. Now tell us the truth. You made up this whole wild tale about Dennis Damore, didn't you?
No, Mark. I didn't invent it. Dennis Damore was here.
He couldn't have been. He's been dead for 2 years.
Then how would I know the things I told you?
I don't know. And that's what you've got to explain.
Mark, why does this upset you so? If you didn't murder him, what difference does it make about Damore? Why are you so frightened?
I'm not frightened. I'm just determined to get to the bottom of this thing. What was that?
Just the thunder, Mark.
Laura, why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
Staring at me. As though you've seen me for the first time. Do you believe this mad story Catherine's told us? Do you think I murdered her father?
I just remembered certain things, Mark. I can't help it if I think of them now.
What things? Tell me what things?
2 days before the murder, you told me you were in love with me. I sent you away, told you never to come to this house again.
Go on.
On the night of the murder, I saw you standing in the moonlight, near the guest cottage.
You did?
I thought I was mistaken, especially since you claimed you were at home that night. Oh, Mark, don't be angry with me. I can't help it thinking of these things now. It's only natural.
Natural? Is it natural for a man's wife to accuse him of a crime like murder? And on the basis of what? The word of a psychopathic girl who should have been confined long ago. She talked to a man who's been dead for 2 years. I suppose you believe that, too. And who is this man, even assuming that he's alive?
A madman. A homicidal maniac who took your first husband's life when your husband tried to cure him. And I've had enough of this.
Mark, what are you taking out of that drawer?
Kathy, come here.
Why? Mark, put the gun away.
Shut up, Lola. Now, Kathy, I won't hurt you unless you try something dangerous. I'm holding this gun because I believe your mother and I are no longer safe in the same room with you. Now I want the truth. You were lying to us before, weren't you?
No.
Very well, then. Where is this man you saw? I'd like to see him, too.
I don't know.
Of course you don't, because he doesn't exist.
He does. He appeared when I looked at the Chinese tiles.
The Chinese tile? Good. Look at your Chinese tile now. Make him appear.
You're trying to make a fool of me. A liar.
You'll do as I tell you. Look at that tile. Go on.
All right, I will.
Now, what do you see?
Nothing but the design.
Yes, and that's all you're going to see.
No. The design is fading. It's getting dark. Dark. Nothing but black.
Mark, I heard the front door. Someone just came in.
Yes.
Those footsteps. That's just how he came in the last time.
Perhaps, but I doubted it. Good evening.
Oh, it is Demore.
You remember me, Laura?
Yes. You've changed a great deal, but it is you.
Mr. Weldon, it's been 10 years since I've seen you. Demore. Then you're not dead. There must have been some mistake when they identified you. Now, dead. You escaped. Someone must have been identified instead of you. That's the only explanation. It depends on what you choose to believe, Mr. Weldon. I brought a guest with me.
My father.
Dr. Bryan, I'm sure you know these people quite well. Of course you do.
What's he saying? He's talking to my father.
That's right, Kathy. Unfortunately, you cannot see him. But he's here. Aren't you, Doctor?
Demore, what are you up to?
What do you think?
If you come back here to make trouble...
Trouble? No. I've come back because someone wanted to know the truth. And I brought the doctor back for the same reason. Doctor, before these others, I want you to tell us who murdered you. Who murdered you?
Mark! You shot him.
Yes.
Why? Why?
He's dangerous. A maniac.
That's not the reason. It's because you murdered my father, and you don't want us to know.
All right, Kathy. I did kill him.
Mark!
Doesn't make any difference now. This maniac has planted suspicion in your mind. You would have found out sooner or later.
Mark!
Yes, I killed him. For you, Laura. I loved you. But that's over now. It's been over for a long time. I know what to do now. And it's going to be very simple. Thanks to our friend lying there.
What are you going to do?
Don't you know, Laura? It's so simple. Your bodies must be found in such a condition that they will be certain Damore killed you. And then I'll tell them how I shot the homicidal maniac to protect myself.
It's the same way he killed my father.
Yes, Kathy.
You won't die, Catherine.
Damore.
Did you think you could kill me, Weldon?
Damore.
Do you think those shots will stop me?
Don't you come near me. Stand back.
Nothing will stop me, Weldon.
The gun. It's empty. No, don't. Let go of me.
I saw the bullet strike Damore. They hit him, but they didn't stop him from lurching toward Mark and seizing him by the throat. As they fell to the floor, the kerosene lamp fell off its table. It might have been the wind, but I believe otherwise. I'm almost certain it was my father. In a moment, the grate flew on fire and the whole place was blazing. I screamed to my mother to leave. She ran with me out of the blazing building into the storm that raged outside. 2 weeks later, my mother came into the hotel room where we were staying.
I've just come from the police, Kathy.
Well, Mother?
Only one body is positively identified.
Whose?
Mark's.
The other body?
They haven't been able to find it in the rubble.
I don't believe they ever will.
But, Kathy, the police checked with the authorities at the state institution. It seems that some of the patients did escape at the time they had the fire there 2 years ago. It's possible that Damore was among them.
It's possible, but I doubt it.
You think Damore died 2 years ago?
Yes, Mother. Don't you?
Well, friends, I guess you've met ghosts before, but I'm sure this is the first time you've ever met a crazy spook. Or don't you think Dennis Damore was a ghost? Well, there's only one way to find out if ghosts really exist. Just to ask one to haunt you sometime. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Spectre of Denston Castle.
It began quietly enough. I'd arrived home about 5:45. Laura was in the kitchen cooking dinner. Laura, I'm home, honey.
Glad to have you back, Mr. Denston.
Any mail?
I'll buy a cake at the dining table. And there's one from England, David.
England?
That's right, I put it on the top. Do you know anybody in England, David?
No. Dad used to have some relatives over there, but I never knew them, or even wrote to them for that matter.
Well, for goodness sake, open it.
All right, Laura.
What does it say?
I'll read it to you. Dear Mr. Denston, as executor of your late uncle, the Earl of Harcourt's estate, my firm has been trying to locate you for the past 6 months. After an exhaustive search, we have discovered that you are the only heir remaining in the Denston line. You are legal heir to Denston Castle, the estate, and the title of Earl of Harcourt. Please contact us as soon as possible.
Oh, David, you're an earl.
I can't believe it. Maybe someone's playing a joke on us.
Well, it's a pretty elaborate joke, David. That letter came from the town of, Lisbon, England. I don't think it is a joke. I think it's actually true.
I wonder how much it's worth.
What?
Everything. The estate, the castle.
Oh, I don't know, but you better get in touch with him right away.
The letter's signed by Anthony Pendennis. I'll write him tonight.
Well, just think of it, David. You're an earl.
Oh, I don't feel any different. You better get back to your dinner or it'll burn. That was the way it began. A letter from a town in England I'd never heard of. From a man I'd never seen. I wrote to him that evening saying that I had received his letter and was waiting to hear what more he had to say. 3 weeks later, he received a reply.
What did he say?
He wants me to come to England.
When?
As soon as possible.
What are you going to do?
Well, my vacation comes up in June. Maybe I could move it ahead.
You've got 3 weeks coming. We could fly over.
Yes, and if we needed more time, I could take an extra week without pay.
Oh, the way you're talking, you expect to return right away.
You can't tell what we'll find, Laura.
Oh, but you're going to go, aren't you?
Well, of course. But don't get your hopes up too high, darling. We don't know what we'll find over there. We cleared ourselves with the authorities, wrote, Denning, and told him to meet us in London. A month after we had received the second letter, we landed in England. Denning was there waiting for us. Mr. Denston. Yes. Glenn Denning. Anthony Denning. Greet you. This is my wife, Laura. Pleasure, Mr. Denston. I have a moment waiting. This kid is about 120 miles from here. I suggest we call it here, London. Then as we ride up to tell you more about what's happening. Of course, when the Earl died, I began to search for his heir. I've acted as his solicitor for many years, you see. He is where the lady is executor in the state. Ah, see? You'll be able to see the castle in just a moment. We're almost there. Would you care to examine it before we go to my office in Denston? Well,
David, let's do it.
All right. If you don't mind, Mr. Wondering, that's all. I'll tell you the Denston Road there. Yes, now you can see it.
Why, breathtaking. Like something out of Crusade.
Well, hardly that, old Mrs. Denston. The castle has stood since the late 1700s. I'll take you on a tour of the castle as soon as we get there. Anyway, why don't you enjoy the view? All the land you see is yours, you know. I'm afraid it's getting rather late. You should be going.
I'm sorry that I've been so insistent, Mr. Clendenning, but I've never been in a castle before, especially one we own.
I hope you'll feel as happy about it in the future. But what do you mean? Nothing. How old was my uncle when he died? 35.
Well, then he wasn't much older than David.
That's correct. How did he die? Accidentally? I think so. You think so? Yes, that's right. It's getting rather dark. Here we go. Not yet. How did he die, Mr. Clendenning? You think he was murdered?
Oh, no.
Murdered? Yes, not in the ordinary way. It's dark outside. Shall we go?
Where did that ring come from?
I don't know. A woman in a long gown walking towards us.
Beware. Beware, Spectre is your name.
Who is that, Clendenning? They call her the Spectre of P1615.
From the golden age of radio theater, you're listening to the Hall of Fantasy. We'll continue in just a moment.
You said you wanted your film developed in 1 hour? Yeah. So what do you do with your time? Well, you don't work out. Take a cake. You don't cook. I could stop. Wait. That's why we're going to Kmart.
Kmart's 1 hour film developing is more than quick. It's big 4-inch prints on quality Kodak paper.
Got the pictures? Yep, and I got a full card. See, you can shop and develop film all at once. I can walk and chew gum, too. Overachiever. You can blow bubbles. But sometimes I can pat my head enough myself.
That's a big Kmart. Everything we do is built around. Check stores for availability.
I admit it, I love to talk, especially to my best friend in Canada. Well, someone must have told AT&T, because now I can call Canada for just 9 cents a minute when I dial direct, all weekend long for 6 whole months. Plus, AT&T offers competitive rates on all my calls in the U.S. and Canada all week long. It's great to have a friend like AT&T. Because with a rate like 9 cents a minute to Canada, I get to do more of what I like to do best. Talk.
Enrollment required. AT&T, your true choice.
And now back to the Spectre of Denston Castle.
Anthony Clendenning has taken us on a quick tour of Denston Castle. It had grown late and the sky had darkened from the shades of day to those of night. Denning was anxious to leave, and we were on the point of doing so when we saw her. The Spectre of Denston Castle. Who is that, Glendinning? They call her the Spectre of Denston Castle.
If the name is Denston, beware. She's gone.
She just seemed to disappear. Where did she go? She was here in this room with us. She didn't use any door. Where did she go? You know what the word spectre means, don't you, student? Of course. An apparition, a ghost. You don't expect me to believe that the woman we saw was a ghost, do you? Yes, I do. I don't believe you.
Maybe he's right, David. Suddenly it was so cold in here, and then that woman appeared. Just as if she materialized out of the air itself. Maybe it was what it says it was.
Believe me, I'm telling you the truth. Now, if you don't mind, perhaps we'd better leave now. All right. I reserved a room for you at the inn at Denston. First, I want you to come to my office, and I'll tell you as much as I can about the strange occurrences here at Denston. You didn't mention anything like that when you first contacted us. There was no need. I think. I'll tell you everything I know as soon as we get the list. And you can decide for yourself what you want to do. But I'll tell you this much now. Every Denston who has resided here at the castle is that strange and violent yet. Within 30 minutes, we had dropped our luggage off at the inn and had gone to Glendenning's office. Even there, the effect of what he had seen was still with him. And his eyes would occasionally seem to be staring right through us, seeing something that terrified him.
You said you'd tell us a story, Mr. Glendinning.
Yes. What did you mean by every Denston who resided at the castle died a strange and violent death? That's what I said. Your father escaped the curses against me. He left England after the First War when he was quite young. He died a few years ago, isn't that correct? Yes. He would have been heir to the title, or he still didn't. As it is, you are the last of the Denstons. There's a curse in your family, Mr. Denston. When you are dead, the curse will be fulfilled. What do you mean by that? That was the curse the witch called forth. She died in the cave.
The what?
Listen to the story. When I finish, then you can ask me any question you like. Go ahead. Think. Denston Castle was built by the first Earl of Harcourt in the year 1763, almost 200 years ago. At that time, in this area, the title made Richard Denston judge, jury, and executioner for any wrong he did. He was responsible to the king for safekeeping and management of this area. For 3 years, everything went well. But in 1770, there appeared in the town of Bicester one Annabel Gates. There were whispered stories about Annabel, that she was in league with the devil, that she had signed a pact with him to give her power, which in turn she would use in his service. She was taken before Richard Denston, the first Earl of Harcourt.
It is the sentence of this court that Annabel Davis suffered the consequence of her act. The court sentences her to death by burning at the stake. What is your last request?
I have no last request, my lord.
Then it is time for the apology.
I have done no wrong. I have healed the sick and healthy. For that, they call you a witch. For that, you have sentenced me to die. I swear to you that I will. And I swear to you that I will revenge my death. I curse your family, Richard Denston, Earl of Harcourt. May you and each of your successors be defiant in strange death, so there are no more left in your lineage. So may you all perish.
Light the faggot!
So may you all perish.
Richard Denston, the first Earl of Harcourt, died exactly a year to the day that Annabel Davis died. He hung himself. From that time to this, each of those who have held the title have died a strange and violent death.
How did my uncle die?
His pharaoh was pushed from the battlements of Denston Castle.
How terrible.
Who pushed him? No one is certain of that. One of the servants said he saw the Spectre suddenly appear behind the Earl. When the Earl turned and saw it, began backing away.
But the Spectre kept moving towards him until the Earl fell or was pushed himself.
Did anyone else see what happened?
I'm afraid not.
Possibly the servant is lying. Perhaps he was responsible for my uncle's death. I'd like to see him.
I'm afraid I could see him first.
Why?
The servant died the night after your uncle.
Following morning, we went back to his office to see him.
Well, what have you decided to do, Mr. Denston?
How do you mean?
Are you going to claim the title to the estate?
Mr. Clendenning, what happens to it if he does?
To be absolutely truthful with you, I am named as alternate heir.
I see.
I'm afraid you don't see, Mr. Denston. Perhaps you have it in your mind that I'm trying to frighten you away. You're wrong if you think that.
Of course we don't think that.
Of course. When do you want to establish residence, Mr. Captain?
As soon as possible. Everything there is in good order. I should like to move out there today.
I see. You want servants?
Yes.
I'll engage them for you then. If you'll go back to the inn and pack your things, I'll have you moved out to Denston Castle by early afternoon.
And Benny hired 3 servants for us. A butler, a maid, and a cook. It was quite an event. That night, eating dinner in Denston Castle. We went up to bed about 11. I woke up about 1. I heard the sound of the clock ticking in Laura's regular breathing. I tried to see through the darkness of the room. I felt that something or someone was in there with us. I heard the sound of the wind again. And then she appeared in a pool of shimmering light. She raised her arms and pointed towards me.
This is my second warning. You who are the last of the Denston, leave this place. Leave it, or you will die, just as have all the others.
The first night we were staying at the castle, we'd gone to bed about 11. At 1 o'clock, I'd awakened. I felt that something was in the room watching us. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, she stood there in the room. And she raised her arm and pointed at me.
Leave Denston Castle, or you will die, just as have all the others.
I thought you were asleep.
I'm sorry. I heard something. It's open.
Well, that's what you heard.
She's turning. She's leaving.
She's gone.
Just as if she vanished into the air itself. Oh, David, I'm afraid.
Good morning, my lord.
Huh?
You're the Earl of Harcourt now, you know. Or will be, as soon as the court recognizes your fame.
Well, forget that for a while. And Denning, do you know if there's a plan, a blueprint of the layout of the castle?
What on earth would you want them for?
I just want them, that's all.
Yes, I believe there was a blueprint of the drawing of the Sanctum statue. You'll find it in the great hall inscribed in the wall next to the portrait of the first Earl of Harcourt.
Thank you.
Where do you... what is your reason for wanting to see fame?
Well, why don't you come with me, Clendenning? When we get back to the castle, I'll show you what I mean.
Now, what do you see?
Right here. Just as I thought. There's an entrance marked in our bedroom, but there's no doorway. And here, right here. Right by the fireplace here in this hall, there's another entrance marked.
There's no entrance with a fireplace or doorway.
No entrance that we can see, Clendenning. But perhaps one that we can't see. Come on.
Do you believe there's a secret doorway, a secret passage here in this castle?
I'm inclined to believe that, yes. Now, here's the fireplace, Clendenning. I'm willing to bet my life that we'll find a secret door here.
I wouldn't want to take that wager, of course. But that's yours. Where should we begin?
Try some of the stones on the fireplace. Maybe they'll be loose.
All right. I wonder if they'd say as they saw me now. Down on my hands and knees looking for a secret passageway.
They'd probably laugh. I can't find any stones that are loose.
What about those little decorative knobs along the top of the mantel? Let's try those.
Good idea.
Hello, what's this?
What have you found?
These knobs are loose. It doesn't push in, however.
Try pulling it.
Capital idea. Now, just pull it.
Why, look!
It's amazing. The whole back wall of the fireplace swung up. What do you intend doing now?
Getting a flashlight and taking a look at what's behind that wall.
I'll go with you.
Good. I'll get a flashlight. One of the servants probably have them. I'll be right back. Let's go.
Off your head, Denston.
Don't worry.
You're pretty clever putting the secret door on the back of the fireplace. Yeah, it's dark in here. Better use your torch.
Now what?
Your flashlight.
Oh. There.
Yes, that's much better.
Well, there's a stairway going up and a stairway going down. What shall it be?
Better we go down.
All right, let's go.
It seems rather dusty in here.
Oh, yes, it is.
I don't believe that anyone's been up or down these stairs in decades. It's covered with dust.
I wonder who the last person was to know about this passageway.
I don't know. I do know your uncle didn't.
I expected to find footsteps on these stairs.
Oh, right.
I don't know. Oh, here's the bottom.
They seem to be in a large underground chamber.
Well, let's take a look. There's a large box in the center of it.
Perhaps we'd better go back.
No. I want to see what's down there.
Maybe solid.
Maybe. It looks like a coffin.
Yes, there seems to be some light in there. Shine your light in the section there. What's that? Let's see now.
What does it say?
It's rather difficult to make it out. Here lie the earthly remains of A.M. and the Lily. Who burned the stake in the year 1770 to being a witch.
And the story you told me was true.
Of course it was. What I was trying to do was frighten you away so that I could pay you stake. That's what I thought. You're quite right.
Yeah. Where did you get that gun?
I had it in my pocket, Mr. Denston.
You were trying to frighten us away.
That's correct, Mr. Denston. There's no Spectre of Denston Castle, at least not a ghost. I discovered this passageway quite 3 times ago. Just for you. I never had occasion to come down here, Mr. Denston. Never gone upstairs. You would have seen the girl's footprints in the dust. I would have impersonated the Spectre. That's why I suggested we come downstairs.
The stairway going up
leads to your bedroom, Mr. Denston.
What are you going to do?
Kill you. Right, sir. Your wife doesn't know about the passageway, does she?
No, yes, she does, Clinton.
Your first answer was correct, Denston. She doesn't know. I'm going to kill you and leave you down there. And then I'm sure I'll be able to dispose of your wife. You two were the last barriers in my way, Denston. Now nothing stands in my way. I will be the new owner of Denston Castle.
And you killed my uncle.
Correct. Quite simply, trust me. I thought for a while you'd be far more difficult than you were. I knew you were suspicious, but you played right into my hands. And now, Mr. Denston, prepare to know your answer. Will you turn around?
I guess I have no other alternative, but what's the matter? There's something in back of you.
You think I'm a fool, then? Through that line when I would see the choice.
I'm serious, Clinton. There's something in back of you.
I don't believe you.
Look out!
There is something in back.
I turned and ran. For something had been in back of Anthony Clendenning. Wraith-like, horrible to behold, seeming to float upon the air. It enveloped me, and I heard him scream. That was when I ran. Since that time, we sold Denston Castle and the estate, and returned to this country. I will never forget what I saw in the subterranean chamber beneath the castle. I shall never forget the sight of the Spectre of Denston Castle.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cope. And starring tonight three of radio's foremost personalities, Grace Coppin, John Gibson, and Louis Van Ruten, in The Man from Singapore.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we follow the machinations of a ruthless woman. It's a story I call The Man from Singapore. My story begins in the San Francisco offices of the John Bates Importing Company. In a large, well-furnished office, Horace Riker, a junior partner in the firm, sits behind his desk, staring unbelievably at a letter which he holds in trembling hands. He reads the letter a second time, then agitatedly turns to the intercom box on his desk.
Blanche, come in my office at once, please.
Be right there.
Oh, Lord. What can we say to him? What can we say?
What is it, Horace? What's wrong?
Come in. Close the door.
Well, what is it?
Blanche, this airmail letter I just received. He's coming back.
Who is? You mean Bates?
Yes, John Bates, our senior partner. After 25 years in the Far East, he's coming back.
Flying?
Yes, he's leaving Singapore this Thursday. He'll be here a week from today.
Leaving Singapore Thursday?
Yes. Blanche, how can you stand there so calmly? Do you realize what John Bates will do when he finds out? $100,000. That's how much I'm short.
Horace, get hold of yourself.
I took the money for you. You've got to help me. Bates will send me to prison if you don't, and they'll make you give everything back.
They'll never get anything back. Never. The house, the car, the money. I'm keeping it.
You've never met Bates. He's a vindictive man. He'll send me to prison, and you too, if he can.
Oh, no, he won't. He isn't sending anyone to prison.
He isn't? What'll stop him?
I always knew that someday he'd return to this country. That this moment would come. And now it has.
Yes. Now it has.
I've had a long time to think it over. And there's only one thing we can do.
What's that?
John Bates is never going to reach San Francisco.
What?
He's going to vanish in Hawaii.
Vanish in Hawaii? What are you talking about?
He's leaving Singapore Thursday. He'll be in Hawaii Saturday evening, and we'll stop there overnight. You and I will be in Hawaii when he gets there.
What for?
I've told you. He's going to remain there. He's never going to reach San Francisco.
Blanche, you mean... No. Oh, no. I'll have no part of it.
Would you rather go to prison for 15 years?
But murder.
Yes, murder. We're living in a jungle where we have to kill or be killed. The sooner you get used to the idea, the better.
I stole, Blanche, but I won't commit murder. I can't.
You can, and we will. We're in this thing together to the end.
But, Blanche,
There are no buts. Now, you'll do exactly as I say. Just think, Horace. Once Bates is gone, this company will be really ours. He hasn't any relatives. There's no one who will come forward to make trouble.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It isn't wrong. It's only wrong if we fail. And we aren't going to. Now, you and I are flying to Hawaii on Friday under assumed names. And we're going on different flights. I want you to shave off your mustache, dye your hair, get yourself a pair of heavy black-rimmed glasses.
Yes, Blanche. I guess it's the only way.
I'll dress as a widow, wear a black veil.
Well, won't people wonder where we are while we're gone?
We'll tell them we're driving up to my mountain lodge for the weekend. There's no phone there. It's completely isolated. We'll fly to Hawaii Friday morning,
and be back in the office Monday afternoon.
You've had this planned for a long time, haven't you?
Yes. You should know by now, Horace, that I won't let anything or anyone stand in my way.
I've loved you so blindly, Blanche, that I suppose I've never realized how ruthless you can be.
And it's my ruthlessness that will save us. Now, here's the rest of my plan. You'll take the flight that leaves at dawn Friday. Now, when you arrive at Honolulu in the afternoon, you're to go to the Dorset Hotel. When you arrive, hire a car. There's the Singapore Clipper now, taxiing up to the gate. Bates will be getting out in a minute.
Blanche, it's still not too late to change our minds, even if
We've come to Hawaii for one thing, Horace, and we're going through with it. There's no turning back for either of us.
Yes, but there are so many things that can go wrong. What if Bates doesn't...
Nothing will go wrong if you do exactly as I told you. Look, the passengers are leaving the plane now. Point out Bates to me.
What with the darkness and the distance, it's hard to tell one passenger from another. There he is.
That tall, heavy man speaking to the stewardess?
Yes, that's Bates.
All right. You stay here in the car and wait.
Yes, Blanche.
Pardon me. Mr. Bates?
Why, yes?
I wonder if I might have a word with you outside.
Who are you? We've never met, have we?
No, we haven't. My name is Vera Charles. I flew here to Hawaii with your partner, Horace Riker.
Horace is here in Hawaii?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he's waiting in a car parked just up the avenue. If we can step outside.
Very well. What's Horace doing here in Honolulu?
Perhaps it would be better if Horace told you. It isn't a very pleasant story.
Just who are you, Miss Charles?
I'm Horace's fiancée.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should offer my congratulations, but at this point, there are a great many things that need clearing up.
Horace will explain, Mr. Bates.
Where's the car?
Right up ahead, that black one.
Oh.
There's Horace in the back of the car.
Oh, yes, I see.
Hello, John.
Horace, now what's all this about?
It's quite an involved story, John. Will you get in the car?
Thank you.
Oh, I think you'll be more comfortable in the front, Mr. Bates. The suitcases in the back will be in your way.
Very well. Now get to it. What's happened?
You remember when I was in Singapore last year, I told you about the office manager I'd hired, Blanche Worthy.
Yes. You said she was a very efficient woman. What about her?
Well, she's absconded.
Absconded?
Yes, with $40,000 of the firm's money.
What?
Yes, Mr. Bates. She took the money Wednesday. Through sheer accident, Horace learned that she had flown to Hawaii under an assumed name.
My word.
Horace decided not to waste a moment.
Yes?
Horace decided not to waste a moment, but to take action.
What action? Really, Miss Charles?
I thought you were never going to hit him. Now, let's get going.
Did I kill him?
No. He's only unconscious. But so far, so good. I doubt if anyone even saw him leave the air terminal.
How far is it to the spot you picked?
It's 30 miles out. They'll never find him, believe me.
Blanche, I won't do it. I can't.
I didn't expect you to. I'll do it. We'll bury him out there, and 4 hours from now, we'll be on a plane going back to San Francisco.
Yes, Blanche, there's no question in your mind as to what has to be done, is there? John Bates dies just as you've planned and is buried in a lonely grave on a Hawaiian mountainside after all identification has been removed. Then you and Horace drive back to the airport. He returns the rented car, and as two utter strangers, you board a plane for San Francisco. You sit far apart, never even looking at each other. 8 hours later, you land in California. Disguises are abandoned at your apartment, and the two of you go to the office, acting as if you'd just returned from the mountains. As you enter Horace's office, he sinks despondently onto the couch.
Get hold of yourself, Horace. It's all over. I admit it was quite a strain, but it's all over now.
But the police...
What about them? Base's plane is due to land this afternoon at 4. When he doesn't turn up here at the office, we'll start making inquiries. In the end, we'll turn to the police. They'll establish that he reached Hawaii and disappeared. We have nothing to worry about.
You're sure, Blanche? You're sure?
Of course I am. With Bates dead, we don't have to worry about the books. They're in perfect order. And in time, we'll own the company outright. Yes, it's going to be nice. We haven't a thing to worry about. Not a thing.
Blanche.
Yes?
It's almost 6 o'clock. His plane was supposed to have arrived at 4. Shouldn't we call the police now?
Certainly not. It's much too soon to become alarmed. Tomorrow morning at 11 or so, when Bates hasn't arrived, you'll call the airlines and make inquiries. And the following day, we'll go to the police.
All right, just as you say.
Oh, relax, Horace. I'll do the thinking.
Yes, Blanche. It's 6 o'clock. What about supper and some drinks at the club?
Oh, fine. We can stand a little relaxation. I'll get ready and... Someone came into the office.
The staff have all gone. Perhaps one of them came back. I'll see. Can I help you?
Yes. Yes, maybe you can. My name is Garrett. Fred Garrett.
Oh, well, come into my office, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? I said, what can I do for you?
I don't like people who stare.
I'm sorry. Haven't we met before?
No. I always remember people with bad manners.
You still haven't stated your business, Mr. Garrett?
I'm looking for Mr. Bates, John Bates.
Mr. Bates?
We expect Mr. Bates in the office tomorrow morning.
Oh. Well, then you've seen him, spoken to him?
Why, no, not yet. His plane only arrived 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Well, the plane arrived, but Mr. Bates didn't.
He didn't?
You must be mistaken. We have a letter here from him that says it...
He wasn't on that plane. I know.
How do you know?
I boarded that plane in Singapore with Bates. Sat beside him all the way to Hawaii. You got to know quite a bit about him after a while.
Well, Mr. Garrett, if you say he didn't arrive this afternoon, then I suppose he didn't. Possibly he decided to spend a few days in Hawaii.
Yeah, you're wrong again.
Wrong?
Yes, because he told me he was in a hurry to get to San Francisco. In fact, we had tickets on the same plane. Adjacent seats.
I see. What do you make of it?
Well, this I do know. I left Bates in the air terminal in Hawaii to buy some cigarettes. When I turned to look for him, I caught sight of him going out the door with a woman.
You're staring again, Mr. Garrett.
Yes. You know something?
What?
The woman I saw Bates leave with, she looked like you.
Well, that's preposterous. Why, Miss Werby spent the weekend at her lodge in the mountains.
You don't say.
We do say.
I hope it stands up.
What do you mean?
Let's skip the preliminaries. I'm betting that if the police found out what I know, it would give them an entirely different slant on the whole disappearance. That weekend in the mountains wouldn't stand up.
Blanche, if he...
Shut up. How much?
Swanky office you have here.
How much?
You know, on that plane trip, I managed to get quite a bit of information out of Bates. Told me he hadn't seen the States in 25 years. Alone in the world. No relatives.
What are you getting at?
The office force expects to see John Bates here tomorrow morning. Right? Well, they're going to.
Well, what are you talking about?
What's the matter, Mr. Riker? Don't you recognize your partner, John Bates?
No, that's the price we won't pay.
Oh, now, let's not be too hasty. Look at it this way. If I'm John Bates, then John Bates can't be missing. Which means there'll be no need to notify the police, start an investigation which may end, well, who knows where. From the looks of this business, I'm sure there's enough for 3.
No.
I'm afraid I can't take that as an answer. Tomorrow morning at exactly 9:30 a.m., I'm going to walk into the reception room of this company. The rest will be up to you.
Good morning, Horace. Good to see you again. Good morning, John. Welcome home. When did you arrive?
Yesterday afternoon on the 4 o'clock plane.
Well, so this is our San Francisco office.
Yes. To think you've never seen it before. Oh, John, this is our office manager, Miss Werby. Blanche, this is Mr. Bates.
How do you do, Mr. Bates?
Well, so you're Miss Werby. Horace has written so much about you.
This way to your office, John.
Oh, thank you, Horace. Hey, it's good to be back in San Francisco after all these years. It's hard to believe I've been gone 25 years.
Here we are. I hope you like the way it's decorated.
Yes. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I'm glad to see that you two decided to act sensibly. It shows excellent judgment.
I think we'd better have a clear understanding about everything right now.
Of course. Now, as far as the business is concerned, I have no wish to interfere with the way it's being run. I'm sure that I can trust you two, and that the books will be in perfect order.
There's more to it than that. I want to know just what...
Come now, Miss Werby. Let's not go into details when I've been home less than 24 hours. We'll discuss it another time. Horace, would you have the cashier make out a check to me for $5,000?
$5,000?
Yes. I'm going to spend the day looking for an apartment, buying a car, acquiring all the necessities that a man in my position must have. Now, hurry it up, will you, Horace?
Blanche, why don't you stop pacing the floor and sit down? Have a drink.
In 2 weeks, he's taken $17,000.
Well, it isn't as though the business couldn't afford it.
Oh, you fool. Where do you think it'll all end? He'll milk the business dry.
Well, perhaps if you were to have a talk with him, point out...
It'll take more than a talk. Oh, to have gotten rid of Bates and then have had this happen. Well, he isn't going to get away with it.
Now, Blanche, there's no use...
The second Mr. Bates is going to join the first.
No.
You think I'm going to let him blackmail me out of everything?
Blanche, no. We were lucky the first time. This time, something's bound to go wrong.
No, Horace. I'll take care of everything.
Yes, Blanche, you've known it would have to be this way since the day that Fred Garrett walked into the office, haven't you? In the 2 weeks that have passed, you've already formulated a plan. Your coldness towards Garrett gives way to warmness. Soon he's spending more and more time in your office. Then one day, you invite him up to your mountain lodge for a weekend. He arrives on a Friday evening, pleased to find that he's your only guest.
Dinner was wonderful, Blanche. So was the liquor, the place, and most of all you.
Thank you. You're the perfect guest, Fred. Easy to please.
Not Fred, Blanche. John Bates.
Yes, of course. I keep forgetting.
You shouldn't. John Bates is a much safer name than Fred Garrett. In more ways than one.
Another drink?
Sure, why not? You having one, too?
Of course.
Fine. You and I are going to get along, Blanche. Going to get along.
Fred? Fred. That's it. Fall asleep, Fred. Horace!
Yes, Blanche. Is he out?
He's dead to the world.
I thought he'd never pass out. It's almost 1 a.m.
The late hour makes it all the better. The road will be empty. Now, pick him up, Horace, and carry him out to the car while I get his suitcase.
Yes, Blanche. He's real heavy. Hard to manage.
He won't be for long, Horace. Not for long. Hold Mr. Garrett steady, Horace. He's leaning on me.
Yes, Blanche.
We're almost there. Did you park my car where I told you to?
Yes, it's hidden just off the road.
Good. Well, we haven't passed a car yet. The mountains are really deserted at this hour.
But what if one comes along?
It isn't likely. But if one does, we'll see the headlights long before it reaches us. Here we are. Now, help me get him over here behind the wheel.
That's what I'm doing. There.
Good. Now, get out and come around here.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Look up and down the road. Is there a car coming either way?
No, Blanche.
Then stand aside while I release the brake and close the door. There. Now, Horace, one push. There it's going.
Look how fast it's picking up speed on the downgrade.
It'll go off the road at the curve. There.
It's going through the guardrail.
There it goes over the cliff. That's what comes of drunken driving.
Come on, Blanche. The car's parked up the road behind those trees.
Oh, no. We're going down the side of that mountain to make sure he's dead.
But he must be. That was a 100-foot fall.
Maybe he is. But we're going down to make certain.
But, Blanche, it'll take us...
No buts! I've got to be sure. There's the car. Near the stream.
It's completely demolished. He couldn't have lived through that.
He'd better not have.
Look, Blanche. There he is, lying near the car. He was thrown out by the crash.
Yes. See if there's any heartbeat.
No, Blanche. I don't want to touch him.
All right, I'll do it myself.
Is he dead?
I can't find any heartbeat, and yet I'm not certain.
He must be dead. No one could survive that fall.
Maybe not, but we'll play it safe.
What are you going to do?
Horace, help me drag him the few feet to the edge of that stream. We'll leave him by the edge of the stream, face down in the water.
Blanche, must we? I'm sure...
Take one of his arms. That's it. Now, pull him along slowly. That's it. As if he'd crawled to the stream for water. There. His face is in the water. We'll wait a few minutes, and then we'll leave. What did I tell you, Horace? It's worked out perfectly.
Come in.
Miss Werby's here, sir.
Sure in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
To come in, Miss Werby.
Yes, Lieutenant.
That'll be all, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, Miss Werby.
Thank you. I can't tell you how shocked I was, Lieutenant, when you phoned and told me that John Bates had been killed in an automobile accident. How did it happen?
Well, suppose first you tell me when you last saw Mr. Bates.
Why, Friday night. He arrived at my mountain lodge at about 8 o'clock as a weekend guest.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that something unexpected had come up and he'd have to return to the city that same night.
Well, then what happened?
Well, we had supper and he started drinking very heavily. At 1 a.m., he started to leave.
I see.
I tried to persuade him to stay overnight, that he was in no condition to drive, but he wouldn't listen.
And that was the last you saw of him?
Yes. How was he killed?
Well, his car plunged through a guardrail. Fell 100 feet down the side of a mountain.
Oh, I never should have let him drive off in that condition.
That looks like an open and shut case. Except for one thing.
Yes?
An autopsy was performed on Bates. Seems his neck was broken. He was killed instantly.
Oh, I see.
But there's one little thing.
What do you mean?
What we want to know is how could a dead man drag himself 6 feet to the edge of a stream?
Why, I don't understand.
Oh, fortunately, we do. See, Miss Webby, we've been questioning Horace Riker for the past 3 hours. He's finally confessed to everything.
No.
He claims it was your idea from beginning to end.
No, that isn't so. I had nothing to do with it.
Riker claims you forced him into it. He's made a full confession. Looks as though you're it, Miss Webby.
No. It was he who planned it all. You must believe me, Lieutenant. You must. He threatened to kill me if I didn't do as he told me.
I see. Riker, in here.
Blanche? Well, they've been questioning me for hours. Questions, endless questions. I told them we don't know anything about Mr. Bates' death. I told them.
Then you didn't confess.
No, Miss Webby, he didn't. We haven't been able to break him. But your confession will do.
You tricked me. You tricked me.
Yeah, but I wasn't the only one who tricked you. So did Fred Garrett.
Fred Garrett? You know that he isn't John Bates?
Yeah, we found out this morning he isn't. Garrett blackmailed you, didn't he? You were forced to accept him as John Bates because he knew you'd killed the real John Bates.
Yes, he blackmailed us.
He was bluffing you all the way.
Bluffing? But he threatened to go to the police.
Police? He'd hardly have done that.
Why not?
Fred Garrett was a fugitive.
A fugitive?
He was wanted by the Singapore police for murder.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about Blanche Worby, isn't it? Just an ambitious woman trying to get ahead, trying to make sure her tracks were well covered. But she was too efficient. If only she hadn't made the mistake of dragging poor dead Fred Garrett to the edge of that stream. Oh, well, you can't be right every time. Unfortunately, in Blanche's case, the mistake was fatal. Well, that reminds me of next week's story, Retreat from Tomorrow. It's about 2 scientists who try to learn what the future has in store for our frightened world, and... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tartlett. In the cast were Grace Coppin, John Gibson, and Louis Van Ruten. Original music is composed and played by Al Canutt. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories.
murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The author of murder, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Hazel Clinton. Well, I'm glad to see you. Come in and sit down. Let me look at you. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you again, too.
Only seen you once since your marriage. Where do you and Lyman hide out? And how is that author husband of yours anyway?
Well, it's your fault you haven't seen us. Been invited 3 times, you know.
Pam couldn't get away. Besides, why do you live way out in the wilderness? Hazel, you're not ill. Or are you?
No, Dr. Russell. It isn't I.
Bob. Not Dr. Russell to you, my dear.
It's easier to call you Dr. Russell on a call like this.
What can I do for you, Hazel? Here. Want a smoke? Have a cigarette.
Thanks.
There now.
I came to talk to you about Lyman.
Yes? Is he ill, Hazel?
It's worse than that. I don't know what it is, but it's something dreadful. Terrible, I know.
You tell me the best you can.
Well, at first, when we moved out in the country, he seemed so happy. He was busy writing a new novel.
And he had you there with him?
Yes. I thought that should make him happy. He'd made me rush the marriage so.
Married 2 months before you planned to be, weren't you?
Yes. But then, several months after we'd been out in the country, Lyman began to act very strange. Very strange.
What do you mean?
Well, at first I thought it was fear of something. I don't know what. And then he began to sit in the library. All night long.
Writing, you mean?
Some, perhaps. But when he'd come upstairs early in the morning, he'd look like someone who had undergone a terrible struggle. An ordeal. His face would be white and chalky. His eyes would jerk and his lips tremble.
How long has this been going on?
For a month now. Oh, it's terrible. Something's driving him mad. Whatever it is, it'll kill him.
Hazel, I don't know what to say. I can't say anything right offhand. But you know, my dear, writers. Well, anyway, Lyman has always been rather a peculiar chap. Normal, of course. Normal as any other.
He's not normal now. He's changed. He's not the same. Oh, you've got to do something.
Can you get him to come and see me?
No, that's the trouble. I can't. He won't leave the house for a day. I've begged him to get out, but he won't.
Tell him you were coming to see me?
Oh, mercy, no. Just in town shopping.
And you want me to come to him. Is that it?
Exactly.
Without his knowing, I'm making a professional call.
Yes. I want you to come for the weekend, and while there, see if you can do anything for him.
I'm not a psychiatrist, honey. I may advise pills when he needs a change of air.
Oh, I know you. You'll do the right thing. When can you come?
Well, want me this weekend? Tomorrow?
Indeed, I do.
I think I can get away this weekend. I will. I'll be there.
Oh, fine. I feel better already. About Lyman, I mean. I know you can help him if anyone can.
Now, don't put too much faith in a doddering old surgeon, my dear.
Oh, you're the best physician in the world, because I have faith in you. I'll be expecting you for dinner tomorrow.
Hazel, this has been a splendid dinner. I've really eaten more than I ought.
Oh, it's nice to see a man relish a meal. Lyman rarely eats.
I was going to tell you, Bob, that I have no appetite. But it isn't true.
Lyman, you know it is. Why, night after night he leaves the table scarcely touching his plate.
It isn't true, I tell you.
Well, perhaps Lyman is more sensible than I am. Now, I know too hearty a meal isn't good for me, particularly at night. I don't recommend it to my patients, but like all who preach, I don't practice my own teachings.
Like the shoemaker's children who go without shoes?
Something like that.
Well, if you finish your coffee, shall we go to the drawing room?
Fine. Now, Lyman, how about telling me about your new novel? What's the theme?
I haven't been writing lately.
But he has to soon. He's promised his publishers it'd be ready in a month.
Don't remind me what I have to do. I'll have it ready.
Sure you will. With Hazel here for inspiration, it ought to go fast.
Shall we go to the drawing room then?
Yes. This way, Bob.
Beautiful here. Beautiful. Hazel, this is a lovely home you have out here in the country.
I'm glad you like it.
Quiet and peaceful, too. Ought to be a writer's paradise.
Oh, here, Bob, sit in this chair. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Where are you going to sit, Lyman?
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to the library. I have some work to do.
Don't let me annoy you, Lyman, or keep you from work.
But I thought you'd like to visit with Bob.
I tell you, I have work to do.
All right, of course we'll excuse you.
Yes, I have work to do.
Will you join us later?
Perhaps. No, don't wait for me. Getting late, I'm sure Bob will want to retire soon.
Oh, but it's early yet, Lyman.
All the same, don't wait for me.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know what to think.
He does act strange, doesn't he?
Yes.
Isn't the same.
No, he isn't.
Changed. And I'm so awfully worried. Notice how he glances everywhere and looks nowhere.
I did.
What can be the trouble?
Seems to be listening for something. Waiting for something.
Yes, that's it.
Of course, Lyman's never been very loquacious.
No, that's right. He dislikes small talk.
There's something almost rude about his taciturnity this evening.
I know. Oh, Bob, as a doctor, not as a friend, what would you say is the matter?
My dear, I can't answer you yet.
Is it I? Is he tired of me?
No, I don't think so.
But I must know. Notice how white and drawn his face is.
He's under some strain, all right.
What do you propose to do?
As soon as you go upstairs to bed, I'm going to the library and sit with him.
Oh, but he won't let you.
I'm accustomed to giving orders, not taking them.
I know, but you don't
He'll
know how...
let me stay. Did you notice how he kept looking towards the library and yet tried to hide it from us?
Why, yes. Now that you mention it, I do.
I have a feeling that whatever it is that's bothering Lyman, the library has something to do with it. I'll do my best tonight to find out what it is.
Who is it?
It's I, Bob.
What do you want?
Let me in, won't you?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Why lock the door, Lyman?
Never mind. Go away.
Lyman, I'll call one of the servants to open it for me. I'll rouse the whole house.
You can't come in. All right. Well?
Come on, let a fellow in.
Came here to snoop, I know it. Hazel brought you here to watch me.
And you admit that there is something wrong, Lyman.
I admit nothing. What time is it?
Chimes just struck as I came down the hall. Let's see. 11:45.
Then you must go. Get out of here.
I don't understand.
The door. I must lock the door.
Come on, Lyman. Tell me what it is that's bothering you.
Go. Leave me alone.
No, I'm here to stay.
I have a gun here, Dr. Russell.
But you won't use it. Not on me.
She'll be coming in a moment. She'll try to get out of this room, rattle the doorknob. Try to get out of this library to kill my wife.
I confess I don't know what you're talking about. Who will come, Lyman?
You'll hear her in a minute. Moving out of those bookshelves. Moving towards me. Towards the door.
Who do you mean?
At first, you'll smell the perfume she always wore.
Lyman, who are you talking about?
Shirley Gray. The ghost of Shirley Gray.
Shirley Gray?
Ghost of Shirley Gray. She lives in this room. And at night, midnight, she tries to get out and kill Hazel.
Oh, now come, Lyman. You've been working too hard. Your mind is weary. Your imagination is working overtime. Better go up and get some sleep.
I knew this would be the way. I knew what you'd say. You think I'm out of my mind. Think I'm crazy. Well, I'm not. You doctors are fools. Can't see. Only measles, smallpox. You only can see something that bats you in the face.
It's only because I can see that I'm asking you to go upstairs and get some rest. No one can go on sleepless for weeks and remain sane.
I'm sane, all right. More than you are. Listen. The clock. It's midnight. She'll be here in a moment. Listen. Listen, do you hear? Listen if you dare. Do you hear her?
I hear nothing, Lyman.
She's coming nearer. I can almost see her tonight. She's dressed in a soft, flowing gown. She's coming closer towards me. Nearer. Nearer. She's coming nearer. Shirley, I didn't kill you. I didn't mean to kill you.
Lyman, what on earth is the matter?
Dr. Russell, don't grab my arm. Let me go. Let me go, I tell you. Let me go. Can't you see? She's moving towards the door. She wants to get out. No! No, you can't get out of here. I'll stop you. No, you can't get out that door. Get back. Back into the shelves. I didn't mean to kill you, Shirley. Get back into the shelves. Back. I'm pushing her back. I'm winning. Back into the shelves. Back. There.
Lyman, what is it?
It's all over now. I won. She didn't get out. She's gone back. Now I can go upstairs and sleep. Sleep. I've won the battle for another night. Now I can
Who is Shirley, who comes out of the bookcase at midnight? Is it someone Lyman killed? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom. But all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims. But free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized. And if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated. Now the hermit again.
The next morning, Dr. Russell talks to Lyman about the mysterious Shirley. Is the doctor talking to a murderer, Listen.
Lyman, I want to hear the story. In this clear, clean daylight, I want you to tell me your story.
It's nothing I can tell you.
I'm your friend, Hazel's friend. I can't see your lives ruined, see your whole future shattered by some strange thing that holds you that, if it were brought out into daylight, would vanish.
You think it would?
I'm sure it would.
It's with me as much in the day as it is at night.
I found out since last night that Shirley Gray was a character in your last novel. Now, certainly, Lyman, you aren't going to sit there and tell me that you believe a character out of a storybook can return to haunt you.
Yes, she does.
It's absurd. Besides, from what I know of ghosts, doors wouldn't bother them. They'd walk right through them.
Not Shirley. She isn't strong enough yet. She hasn't been dead long enough.
And how should she kill Hazel? How do you know she wants to kill her?
For revenge. I killed Shirley when she was still young, lovely. She didn't want to die.
But how do you know she wants to kill Hazel?
Because night after night, she's come to me, guided my hand while I write. Is written, "I'll take your wife from you, just as you snatched my lover."
Lyman, listen to me. Characters from storybooks, I don't care how real they are to you, were never flesh and blood. They can't inhabit a spirit world.
But Shirley Gray was flesh and blood. I took her out of life and put her in a book.
You mean you used some real girl as a type for your story?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about it, Lyman. Perhaps I'll be able to aid you.
It was several months before I was married. You remember I went up to that lake in the north to write?
I remember.
It was while I was there that I met Shirley Gray. She was the most strikingly beautiful girl that I'd ever seen.
Max, this is Mr. Clinton. Mr. Lyman Clinton.
How do you do, Mr. Clinton? Shirley tells me you're an author. She's frightfully keen on your stories. But I'm ashamed to say I don't believe I've ever read any of your work.
Oh, don't apologize. Please, I'm the one who should do that. Afraid I write for money, not fame.
Oh, it isn't true. We've had a grand time talking books. From early French beginnings of the novel to modern. From Zola to John Le Passé.
Oh, it's nice of you to entertain Shirley, Mr. Clinton. I can only come out weekends. Gets pretty lonely here at the lake with only her folks for company.
The pleasure's been mine, I assure you.
Come on. We're wasting a glorious day meant for swimming. I'll race you to the second sandbar, Shirley.
Right. Want to bet? What do they say?
Whatever you say. And so I spent days at the lake with her, walking through the woods, talking, and falling in love with her.
But this Max, who was he?
The boy she loved was engaged to.
Yes? Go on, Lyman.
In Shirley's company, I could feel myself groping for new thoughts, beginning to live more than I ever had before. She had a free and full imagination.
Yes?
She wasn't muddled by life as most people are. She possessed a spiritual insight, clear, alive.
I understand.
And one night I told her how I felt about her.
But Hazel, you were engaged to Hazel at the time.
I'd forgotten about Hazel. She belonged in another world. She had no existence in this one.
And so you told this Shirley?
Yes. We'd climbed one of the high sand dunes that afternoon, had returned. It was dusk. Shadows had begun to settle on the water. Stars were beginning to fill the sky. And we'd paused to watch their reflection.
You will be returning home soon, Lyman. And so will I.
I shall never leave this spot, nor you.
Not in mind, perhaps, but in actuality. This lake, the beauty of it all, will be something to remember on cold winter nights.
It's no use to disguise things from you, Shirley. You know I'm in love with you.
I know that, Lyman.
I'll never let you leave me. Never.
I think you will. You understand me. And yet you don't.
Meaning?
That you've read many things into me that don't exist at all. And have omitted one thing. The main thing.
Which is?
That I love Max. Love him very much.
No place for me?
Don't beg. I hate it. With Max, life is easy, unconfused. We're happy on a simple plane. We'll romp through life together and fight together. But not with too much effort.
The easy way?
Perhaps. But why take the difficult? I like life. It's fun. It may be drab and hard someday. But not now.
I haven't misunderstood you, Shirley. Quite the contrary. And I love you.
Please, Lyman, let's not talk anymore. Look at the water. See the boat way off in the distance? Covered with 1,000 lights. Going somewhere. Let's just sit here and watch.
That night was the last time I saw Shirley Gray alive.
Yes? What happened to her?
She left the lake the next day. 2 days after, I returned home.
And asked Hazel to hasten your marriage?
Yes, because I wanted to forget this girl as soon as I could.
I understand.
But I couldn't forget her. I couldn't. She was with me constantly. So I began to write a story about her. That drove me wild.
Yet you finished the book? Published it, in fact.
Yes, I finished it. But do you know what I did?
I think I know.
I couldn't bear to think of Shirley living without me. So I killed her in the story. Then the very day that I killed her in the book, she was killed in life.
What?
Yes, killed. In an automobile. Instantly.
That had nothing to do with your story. You weren't to blame.
I was. I fought so hard, wanted it so much. I brought it about. I killed her. She wasn't ready to die. She won't accept death. Now she comes back to haunt me for retribution. Tell me, Doctor, what am I going to do? Help me if you can. Help me, please.
I will, Lyman. Tonight we shall go to the library together, and I will help you. I have a plan.
I killed her. I killed her.
How do you do, young man? You're Max Pierce, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm Dr. Russell.
Oh, yes, Dr. Russell. I'm glad to meet you. But there's nothing you can do for me. I was in an automobile accident. Smashed up. Always have to walk with crutches.
I know what I'm going to ask of you will seem very strange and personal, but I have a very good reason. Will you hear me?
Well, yes. What is it?
You were engaged to Shirley Gray, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And loved her?
We were to have been married. I don't understand you.
You will in a moment. And Shirley Gray died?
Yes. And I had to live on. I don't want to.
If you're able, your doctor told me I might take you with me tonight to help save another man's sanity. We have to drive in the country. I'll tell you the story on the way.
This is all strange to me.
Now, don't be afraid. It's all right. Will you come?
Yes, I'll come.
To my car, then. I'll tell you the story as we drive to our destination. That's all there is to tell right now.
It doesn't seem possible.
I'm sane and considered to be a level-headed man. I've never believed in ghosts. Never.
Nor I.
But I'm compelled to believe this time.
But why doesn't she come to me?
Perhaps she will. Tonight. Here we are. It's 11:30. You'll find him in the library waiting.
Who is it?
It's I.
Yes? Come in. Who's this? Who have you brought with you?
Max Pierce. Do you remember him?
Why have you brought him here? Please, Mr. Clinton, I want to help you. And I want to see Shirley.
Perhaps he can talk to her.
You've made a mess of things. Seeing Max will craze her. She'll kill all of us.
No, I think it will give her peace.
She wants revenge, not peace.
But you need help. You can't go on this way.
Sit down, both of you. Be quiet and listen. Listen. Do you hear that rustling sound? It's the wind in the water. She brings the sound with her. Listen. She's coming. Nearer. Nearer. I can see her tonight. Do you see her?
Why, yes. Yes, I do see her.
Shirley. My darling. Shirley, speak to me.
Max. Max, you've come to me.
Oh, yes, Shirley. I'm here. My darling, I love you.
Do you want to come with me now? Forever?
I do, yes. Shirley, I do. But your revenge upon me.
I shall have my revenge. You shall go on living, suffering for killing others.
Shirley.
Don't be afraid to die. Death will be lovely when we are together.
What have I done?
I forgive you, Lyman Clinton. I leave you in peace. Come to me, Max. Follow me.
Yes, Shirley. I'll follow you. I'll follow you. I'll follow you.
Could Lyman's story actually have caused the death of Shirley Gray? Her spirit returned and took Max Pierce to her, leaving Lyman to ponder and suffer the rest of his life. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery deals with the saving of life rather than the loss of it. It is one of these true happenings which accounts for the fact that sailors, no matter what nationality, are vastly more superstitious than landlubbers. And when one considers the extraordinary happening aboard the Lure Lane, who can be so bold as to blame them? Christmas Eve aboard the liner Lauretania. Heavy seas and raging gales have buffeted the ocean greyhound since she left Portsmouth. And now, 8 hours late, she is still 17 hours sail out of New York. Driving sleet whirls along the decks. The dismal blasts of the siren cut through the fog. But below, Captain Morris, in order to offset the disappointment of the passengers at not landing in time for Christmas Eve dinner, has ordered the salon decorated and an appropriate dinner served. Dinner is over, and the captain, genial, a trifle portly, but every inch the captain, is entertaining a select group, including the ship's senior officers, at the much-envied captain's table.
Oh, I think you've done splendidly, Captain Morris. Why, the salon looks as though you've been preparing for Christmas festivities for months.
Thank you, Miss Vanwell. But most of the credit belongs to my very able first officer. He is the genius who discovered that palm leaves and a pair of scissors can be used to turn out a very presentable synthetic holly.
And the holly berries?
Mac, the chief engineer, thought of that. Red beads from a shipment out of Yokohama.
Well, I, for one, am not disappointed at not landing. I'm enjoying myself immensely.
Yes, I noticed that you are. And I should think my first officer is, too.
Oh, now you're teasing.
Tell me, though, Captain, in spite of all the festivities, aren't you nervous away from the bridge?
No, not a bit of it. I have a very capable officer on watch, and with wireless and everything.
But the Titanic had wireless, too, Captain.
Quite true. But not a wireless compass.
Not radio beacon. And not Captain Morris's guardian in the unseen world.
No, Mac.
Well, it's Christmas Eve. It's a true story, and the captain tells us very real indeed.
Please tell us, Captain Morris.
Well, I want you to understand something, all of you. Mac here was chief on the lower lane when this happened. Mr. Johnson, the first officer, was second officer of the lower lane, and Sam Benson, our present chief wireless operator, was also operator on the same ship. And it was a night pretty much like this. Howling gale, mountainous seas. Johnson's hands were numbed from hanging onto the siren cord. The crew was well nigh exhausted from standing double watches, and Sam Benson and his assistant Tommy were in the stuffy little wireless cabin. Oh, what a night this is. Yes, almost any minute I expect the wireless cabin to be blown clear off the deck.
Maybe I'd better get out there and loosen that rat tail. That line will get so tight we'll have the antenna crashing down on the deck.
I loosened it about an hour ago. It ought to be all right. The Aquitania. About 100 miles out of New York.
How would you like to be the chief wireless aboard that floating tower?
On a night like this, I feel a fellow's a fool to ship on any kind of a boat.
Well, we're not as bad off as poor Mac down there in the engine room. Every time we roll, the water all but touches the fire bars.
And I suppose the siren's using all his steam. The old man still on the bridge?
Yeah. He hasn't left except for a cup of coffee for 2 days now.
First mate's still up there, too,
Yes, they're both standing there hanging onto the rail and getting their faces cut to ribbons with that fleet. Why don't you take off the earphones and throw the set onto that new speaker I built?
On a night like this, I'm afraid to. Anything might happen. Some poor devil will smash into an iceberg and we wouldn't be able to pick him up.
You worry too much. That speaker will give you everything you can get on those old phones. Get a weak signal and try it.
All right.
See that? What'd that tell you?
A pretty nice job, all right.
Sure, and your ears won't be ready to drop off from carrying those phones for 8 hours at a stretch.
You better plan and get some sleep. Another day of this, and I won't be able to keep my eyes open, even if the blooming ship goes down.
All right. See you in the morning if you're still around.
Listen. Am I crazy? Derelict on your port bow.
Oh, that's what it said.
Hang on. I'm going to the bridge.
Wireless for you, Skipper. Derelict on your port bow.
What's that, Bud?
Derelict on your port bow.
Throw the wheel over. Hard to starboard. Take it through, sir. Hold speed aside.
There it is! Right on it. Lay on the wheel. Lay on the wheel.
Get the carpenter below. He wants damage. He wants to rip half the bottom out of it.
All hands aboard station.
I send an SOS, sir? Wait for the carpenter's report. Yes, sir.
What the name of all creation, Captain?
Derelict, man.
I thought he'd run aground. Captain in the earth tore the engine out of its dead plate.
He's all right, though.
I still do. Oh, we'll might as well go below to that inferno of mine again. Man alive. Of all the engine rooms I've been in, that one is one of the worst.
You can thank your lucky stars for that wireless message. You'd be on your way to the bottom instead of the engine room.
What wireless message?
A wireless warning us about that derelict. If we hadn't received that, we'd have plowed square back into her.
Wireless? Wireless?
Yes, what's wrong with you,
There's
man?
nothing wrong with me. What's wrong with you? How could you get a wireless message warning you about a derelict?
What was that message exactly, Sparks? A derelict on your port bow.
How could any other ship tell you that you had a derelict on your port bow?
Good Lord, you're right, Mac. I never thought of that in the emergency.
How could any ship? Unless it was just a few feet from you, as close to the derelict as you were.
All right, Mac. What ship sent that message, Sparks? He didn't give any name, sir, or call letters. But maybe you know the operator. His name is Watson.
Watson? Watson, you say?
Yes, no mistake about it. It's Watson. Why, sir? What's wrong, sir? You're looking white, sir.
Watson was my operator on the Acasta. He was washed overboard and drowned a year ago tonight.
Why, I hardly know what to say. What to think.
There are two of us, Miss Vanborough. I never have known what to think.
Could your wireless operator not have been mistaken?
One might, but not two. Remember, both of them read the message.
And what if they were both mistaken? That does not do away with the fact that all of our lives were saved by the warning that we were bearing down on a derelict.
There was no way in the world that any other ship could have known of the position of that derelict.
And no other Watson could have sent that message?
No, Miss Vanborough. No other Watson.
Have you no explanation, Captain?
Yes, I have an explanation. But whether or not it will satisfy you is another question.
Well, any sort of explanation of an affair like that would be welcome.
After you've heard from your sponsor, you will hear the captain's explanation of the wireless mystery.
Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. In attempting an explanation of a thing like this, you must make certain concessions.
Such as, Captain?
Well, that Watson, for instance, snatched away from life without warning, without any preparation for death, would, in his spirit form, find himself in a realm where he would find it hard to adjust himself.
In other words, Watson would still be hankering after the friends and associates he had left behind him on Earth?
Right, Miss Vanberg. Since we know nothing of the beyond, we must make certain surmises. And if we accept the belief that consciousness lives on for eternity, then Watson would be entirely aware of the life he had so abruptly left.
Watson would be in a realm where time meant nothing. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow would all be one.
Yes. And in that realm of timeless things, Watson would see that derelict bearing down on us, his friends. Who knows what agony of mind he went through, trying in desperation to reach some mind in sympathy with his, seeking some way to warn us of the danger impending. I've thought of it. Imagine that disembodied spirit somewhere out there, moaning to itself in its anguished inability to warn us.
I must warn them. I must. I've tried to get their minds in tune with mine. If only I could get Spark's attention. That's an idea. To find a wireless operator, half asleep at the key. One who could tap out a warning. He'd never even know he'd done it. That's it. That's it.
And so, somewhere aboard a ship, a sleepy wireless operator under the influence of Watson taps out the warning message that saved the Lurlane and her crew, leaving the seas, that realm of mysteries, another unsolved mystery.
Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world, Roma Wines present Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Jack Carson as star of Easy Money, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Jack Carson in a remarkable tale of suspense. Tonight I'm telling about, that Easy Money was hanging up there somewhere just waiting to fall right into my lap. I didn't even know it. All I knew was I had business elsewhere. I was playing the piano at Mario's over in Brooklyn, but that night I slipped out early. I didn't even tell Ellen. I just left. Because for the first time in 14 years, I had a purpose in life, a plan, an objective, and I wanted to think. I was sitting in Dus's grill over a cup of coffee, still thinking, when I looked up suddenly, and there was Ellen. Where'd you something?
I followed you. I think I'll have something to eat, too. Girl can sure work up an appetite chasing a man.
Look, go away, will you? I'm depressed.
That's all the more reason you need me, darling.
The food here is terrible. Some of Gus's customers have to be treated for shock.
Let's go somewhere else.
This is the only place where my credit's still good.
I stopped at your rooming house yesterday. Somebody said you had to move. If you need money, Paul, why didn't you tell me?
Because I'm through taking money from you.
You're only borrowing it. Look, this is a terrible blow to my pride, darling, but for the 10th time, will you marry me?
Nope.
Why not? It'd make me terribly happy.
You'd be happy for a month and miserable for the rest of your life.
This a kind way of telling me that you don't love me?
You're never out of my mind. By just walking in the street, I get lonely for you.
Then marry me, Paul. I'd be good for you. I'd always be nagging you and driving you to work harder and get someplace.
Just exactly where I belong. Mauling a piano at Mario's for those lecherous leg breakers.
Oh, I know better. You know, a couple of times I was there when you stayed after closing. You thought you were all alone? I heard you playing. How did you ever get like this?
You're imagining things.
Well, you never tell me anything about yourself. Paul, when I stopped at your room yesterday, I saw something on the floor that kind of puzzled me.
You did?
A page torn out of last week's Destiny magazine.
What's so puzzling about that?
Well, it was all carefully folded. It looked like something you'd been carrying in your pocket. I thought maybe you dropped it, so I brought it along.
What would I want that for?
I don't know. It's just a full-page ad about the Diary of Martha Lathrop that's starting next week. It says, after 10 years abroad, Martha Lathrop has just come back to America. Her authoritative books have opened the secret doors of politics. Her keen mind has alerted America on world affairs and punctured the stuffed shirts of important men. Now read the sensational story behind all her stories.
Extraordinary woman.
Yeah. Oh, well. You didn't answer my question yet.
Which question?
The only one that really interests a woman. Are you going to marry me?
I'm already married.
You're married?
That happens to men, you know.
Oh, why didn't you ever tell me, Paul?
Because it's something that happened a long time ago. It's 14 years since I last saw her.
14 years? And you never did anything about it?
There was nothing I could do until now. Until Martha came back to this country.
Martha? You mean this woman in...
Yeah, she's my wife.
Martha Lathrop? Your wife?
I'm going to see her tonight.
But why? In all these years, why didn't you ever...
Because sometimes marriage really seems to mean what it says. Till death do us part. big converted brownstone and Gramercy Place overlooking the park. The door was opened by a rough-looking character who would have been a lot more convincing as a private dick than as a butler, which is what he was apparently supposed to be. For a moment, I wondered if he knew anything about me. This watchdog might be the one person she could have told to warn him against me. But of course I was wrong. Not with her pride, not her, not Martha.
Yes?
I want to see Miss Lathrop.
You have an appointment?
No, but then you can't see her. Now, wait a minute.
Without an appointment, you can't see her. Nobody can see her. Miss Lathrop is a very sick woman.
Sick? The newspapers didn't say anything about it.
Never mind what the newspapers said. You heard what I said.
Well, look, just give her this watch. I'll wait.
What about the watch?
Well, just give it to her. I think she'll see me. It has her name in it.
Oh. Something you found?
Yeah, something I found. He took the watch and went upstairs. I knew the watch would work because Martha herself had given it to me as a wedding present. I knew exactly how it would work, up to a point. And if she still wouldn't give me what I wanted, I was ready for that, too. But there was something about the whole setup that I didn't get. The house itself, dark and somber as a prison. The pug-ugly butler. The part about her being sick. It didn't fit. It just didn't fit with what I knew about Martha Lathrop. I sat down in the living room to wait. It almost jumped out of my skin. It was a big bird like a parrot, a macaw or macaw, whatever it's called, staring at me through the bars of a cage. I remembered now reading about how some big game hunter had given it to her. It was big and bright-colored and mean-looking, with a green stripe between its eyes, which gave a really quite startling impression that the thing was wearing spectacles. I was still staring at it when I turned and I saw Martha. For the first time in 14 years. She was pale, thinner than I remembered, but with the same hard, intense blue eyes. The same air of cold condescension, but there was something else. Suddenly I knew what it was. It was fear. A look of hidden fear that was almost shocking to me, who had always known Martha as utterly, even cruelly fearless. I was in for another shock. She didn't speak to me. She spoke to the butler.
Robert, have you searched him?
Not yet, Miss Lathrop.
Please do.
Turn around.
What's the idea?
I said turn around. Well, he's all right, Miss Lathrop.
Very well. You may go now, Robert.
Yes, Miss Lathrop.
May I ask what that was all about?
I've had some very trying experiences since I saw you, Paul.
You must have if you have to search all the callers for concealed weapons. What are you afraid of, Martha?
I'd rather not discuss it if you don't mind. What do you want?
You're not exactly overjoyed to see me, are you?
I said, what do you want?
Well, I read about your diary. I came to congratulate you.
Then congratulate me and get out.
Look, Martha, that bird seems to be as bad-tempered as you are. Can you keep him out of this conversation?
This conversation is over.
Not my end of it, no.
What did you come here for? Money? Because the answer's no.
No, not this time. This time I want something money can't buy. One of the very few things it can.
What's that?
To be free, Martha.
Why?
So that I can marry again. Did I happen to say something funny?
I suppose to some people love isn't funny, is it? It wasn't to me when I married you. That was the one bad miscalculation I made in my life.
I know. I knew that first time you went to Paris for a newspaper, I'd never see you again. You said going away would only be temporary, but as the French say, there's nothing so permanent as the temporary.
Why didn't you get a divorce then? Why didn't you think then that someday you might want to marry again?
After my experience with you? My dear Martha, what I thought of women after that isn't fit language even for your ears.
But you weren't about taking money from a woman, were you? You weren't about forging checks with my name, were you?
I needed it. And I knew your vanity. That was my temptation and my safety. That you couldn't bear to look ridiculous by admitting that you had a no-good bum of a husband.
We made a bargain. I could have sent you to jail. I still can't remember that.
Now, why didn't you divorce me? Because you didn't want me, but you couldn't bear the thought that I might be completely free of you.
That's ridiculous.
Someone once said that we kill the thing we love.
Are you trying to say I still love you? You?
Oh, maybe in a twisted sort of a way. Because mine was the only love you ever really had. Maybe somewhere deep in your mind you're trying to keep the bleached bones of it.
I'm not completely mad.
I wonder, Martha. I've always wondered.
Get out of here!
Without an answer, without my freedom?
The answer's no. Never, do you hear? Never. Now, get out.
All right, Martha. But never is a long, long time.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Jack Carson in Easy Money, a radio play by Sidney Renthal. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Whether you've been hunting ducks or houses, there's no pleasanter ending to a busy day than a quiet family evening at home. Lights low, fire lit, and a tempting glass of Roma wine to enjoy. For Roma California Sherry, Port, or Muscatel, add mellowness to any occasion. And better tasting Roma wines are sure to please, because more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. To give you better tasting wine, Roma starts with California's choicest grapes. Then, with winemaking resources and skill unmatched in America, Roma guides this abundant grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, at peak taste richness, Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. Take advantage of Roma's present low prices. Buy Roma by the case. Buy now for the holidays and save on Roma, America's favorite wine.
And now, Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Jack Carson in Easy Money, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So, Martha wouldn't give me a divorce. All right, I could have stood that. But that business about sending me to jail, that was different. And I knew my Martha. And I knew that now that she was back from Europe and could do it, she still hated me enough so that someday she'd yield to the temptation and would do it. Yeah, but that was all right, too. Martha wanted to play that way, I was ready. I was way ahead of her. In a place like Mario's, the customers we have, you can get a hold of almost anything you want. You know who to ask. So the first thing I got was nitrazine because it was the easiest and one of the deadliest. And the next was a bunch of keys, passkeys. And that was all I needed. So the next night after I left Mario's, I just waited out in the park across the street. I was prepared to wait there every night for a week if I had to. But it was less than an hour. A taxi drove up in front of the house. A well-dressed, well-heeled looking gent got out and went in. In about 10 minutes, he came out again with Martha, and they drove off. A little time after that, the butler left. I walked across the street. And the third key I tried let me in the door. It was that fiend of a bird. But it only stopped me for a minute. I won't say I wasn't nervous. I guess anybody's nervous when they're about to commit a murder. But I hadn't any reason to be. I kept telling myself, who was going to pin it on me? As far as anybody who knew Martha was concerned, I didn't even exist. Well, I went upstairs and found her bedroom. And on the bedside table, I found the bottle of sleeping pills, just as I expected. She'd always used them, and she was the type that always would. Very carefully, I took each little capsule apart and emptied its contents down the wash basin in the bathroom. And I filled each one up again with nitrazine, enough to kill a horse. I was down at the bottom of the stairs again when a light went on in the vestibule. She was coming back. I had just time to slip behind one of the heavy curtains in the living room, but that was all.
Like that. But Martha, to suspect me of all people. Please, not. I would rather not discuss it.
Martha, you must realize that these obsessions are symptoms of a sick mind.
Said I would rather not discuss it. Good night.
She'd had a quarrel with someone. That was good. Now I knew she'd take the sleeping pills. She went directly upstairs. I waited. 5 minutes later, the butler came in. But he went straight on to his own quarters somewhere in the back of the house. I waited some more. It seemed like hours, but I suppose it was only a few minutes.
I wondered if she'd taken the sleeping pills yet. I wondered if I'd hear her when she fell. Finally, I didn't dare wait any longer. I slipped out from behind the curtain and crossed the living room. And I just closed the front door quietly behind me when a light went on inside. I pressed into a corner of the vestibule. Through the glass panel of the door, I could see Martha in a negligee coming down the stairs, and she had a bottle in her hand. The bottle of sleeping pills. For a second, I thought she must have found out somehow that she was going to call the police. Yeah, but she wasn't. Moving like a sleepwalker, she crossed the living room. She was dumping one of the pills out of the bottle into her hand, and then she stopped. She stopped in front of the cage of that bird. Suddenly, I saw the whole thing. The tough butler who said she was sick and searched people for weapons, the fear behind her eyes, the man she just quarreled with about obsessions and symptoms of a sick mind. Martha was insane. I watched while she took the sleeping pill in her fingers and held it through the bars of the cage for the bird. I saw the bird grab it in his beak, but I didn't wait for the rest. Softly as I could, I opened the outer door and went down to the street. Martha was insane. And because she was insane, because she thought people were trying to kill her, I couldn't kill her. Nobody could ever kill her. Hello?
Paul? Are you all right?
Alan? Yeah, sure I'm all right. What time is it?
11 o'clock. I just saw the papers.
Saw the papers?
About Martha Lathrop.
What? What about her?
She's dead. Poisoned.
Poison?
They found nitrazine.
But that's impossible. It couldn't be.
I'm afraid it's true, Paul.
Ellen, where are you?
At Gus's.
Wait there.
Paul, let's go away.
With what?
I've got a little money. Enough to get us to Chicago, maybe Los Angeles. We could change our names and start over again.
Oh, why, Ellen? You think I killed her, don't you?
Paul, if you did, I know why you did. And I don't care.
You're quite a gal, Ellen, but I didn't kill her.
You were there. You said you were going...
Yes, I was, but I didn't kill her, and I can prove it. Don't you believe me?
Okay, paper. Paper, here.
Wait a minute. Give me a couple of those.
Yes, sir, here. All about the big murder.
Murder?
Yes, sir, Okay, pal, thanks.
All right, now, Peter.
Okay, take it easy, will you? I gotta make a little bit of
Paul.
Yeah.
It wasn't you. Oh, Paul.
Dr. Martin Osterman. Must have been the guy she went out with last night. And they've got him cold.
They quarreled publicly. Big restaurant. She said he was trying to poison her. He'd given her the prescription for the sleeping pills that killed her.
Ellen, how would you like to have some real money and earn it? Easy money.
Money?
This Osterman is rich, filthy rich.
But, Paul...
If I can prove I didn't do it, I can prove that he didn't do it. Which one is handling the Osterman case?
I'll give you Mr. Harrison.
Hello? Mr. Harrison?
Yes?
The papers say that you're Dr. Martin Osterman's lawyer, is that right?
Well, yes, that's right. Who is this?
Your client's in a pretty bad way, isn't he?
Look here, I'm not in the habit of speaking over the phone to people
You'll speak to me, because I can prove he's innocent.
You can what?
That's what I said. I can prove it.
Well... Mr. whatever your name is, if you have any evidence, I'd certainly be glad if you'd come down to my office and...
Well, I'll send somebody else down, my secretary. She'll want money.
Well,
$50,000.
$50,000?
You get in touch with Dr. Osterman to see if he doesn't think his life is worth that.
What you're suggesting is not only against the law, but
I don't care about the law, and I don't think Osterman will either. I'll have somebody down there in an hour. Can you arrange it by then?
Well...
Possibly.
All right. And we'll want the money in cash.
Forbes.
There's a young lady waiting for this call in Mr. Harrison's office. I want to speak to her.
Oh, yes. Hello?
Paul, Ellen. Have they given you the money?
Yes.
Did she count it?
Yes.
All right, put Harrison on and then start for Grand Central Station.
All right, Paul. He wants to talk to you.
Thank you. Hello?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
All right, here's the dope. Martha Lathrop was not murdered. She committed suicide.
What? Suicide?
And here's the proof. She was suffering from delusions. She thought people were trying to kill her, poison her and so on. Dr. Osman confirms that, of course.
Yes,
What he doesn't know is that it had gone so far she was trying out things she ate on that big parrot she had.
The macaw?
Yeah, the butler will confirm that. Anyway, she tried out those sleeping pills on the bird before she took them. And you'll find a dead bird in the house to confirm that.
Good heavens.
So she knew those pills were poisoned before she took them. Martha Lathrop killed herself. I must say they took it like a sport. They paid up and shut up. An hour later, Ellen and I were on a train speeding along the banks of the Hudson River bound for California.
Oh, Paul. $50,000.
Easy money. That must be the easiest money any man ever made in his life. Must have been about 2 weeks after we got to California that I got the phone call.
Is Mr. Bentley?
Yeah?
My name's McNulty. I run a pet shop downtown.
You must have the wrong...
Oh, no, I don't think so. I got something down here you might be interested in. A bird.
A bird?
Yeah, a macaw. Real beauty. Got a green stripe between his eyes. Makes him look exactly as though he's wearing glasses. You interested?
No. No, I'm...
Oh, I could easily bring him up to show you. I got your address.
No, I said I'm not interested. That night, I told Helen I found bugs in the place, so we moved. 2 nights later, I was alone, and there was a knock on the door.
Bentley?
What do you want?
I brought the bird anyway, Mr. Bentley. I thought sure you'd want him when you saw him.
Look, I said...
had quite a time finding where you'd moved to, though. Oh, look, isn't he a beauty?
Look, I told you that.
Did you see one like him before? Oh, they're very rare, very rare.
What made you think I'd want him?
I just thought you would. Don't you want him?
How much?
Well, now, like I say, that's a very rare bird.
500?
Oh, yes, that'd be all right, Mr. Bentley.
Here.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bentley. And I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Get out.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Bentley.
There could be no doubt about it. It was the same bird. I opened the cage and roughed his feathers to see if the markings might have been painted on. Hey! He bit me. But it was the same bird. He sat there staring evilly at me through those spectacles and he was laughing at me. I reached in the cage again. Wrang his neck. I wrapped the body up in a newspaper. I got a shovel out of the garage. I drove about 5 miles up Topanga Canyon and parked in the side road with my lights out. I went down into the canyon and started digging. I dug like a madman. The sweat was running into my eyes and I was gasping for air. And suddenly a light was shining full in my face.
All right, Bentley.
Wait, the bird is dead. I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have killed her. The bird is dead! Ellen had nothing to do with it. She thought I was innocent all along.
Okay. We got nothing against her.
But
The bird,
Well, Bentley, that was what you might call psychological warfare. We knew you were guilty, though, when you bought it.
I mean, the poison.
Oh, we found poison, all right. Still traces on its beak and claws when we got there. But there was one thing we couldn't understand for quite a while. Dr. Ditmars of the Bronx Zoo finally tipped us off.
But if Martha took the poison, I saw her give it to that bird. I saw the bird gobble it up. Why didn't it die?
Yeah. You see, with this nitrosine, some birds can take that stuff by the spoonful, and it won't even faze them. You just picked the wrong kind of poison. And the wrong kind of bird.
And so, being of sound mind and somewhat relieved to know it, I do hereby bequeath in this my last will and testament, witnessed here in the death house at Ossining, New York, on this 7th day of November, to my wife, Ellen, the sum of $48,700, the remainder of that easy money, hoping that the facts herein set forth will assure her that she has a right to it, since I will shortly, to my regret, have earned every nickel of it.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Ken Niles presenting our suspense star of the evening, the handsomest man in Hollywood, Jack Carson. Jack, you can stop twisting my arm now. I said it.
Oh, I suppose I'm not really the handsomest, just one of the best looking.
Well, Jack, when it comes to looks, I'll take Hedy Lamarr. But as an actor, believe me, Jack Carson ranks with the best.
Gee, thanks, Ken. I'm sorry about your arm.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. My arm is still in good enough shape to give you this gift basket of fine Roma wines with the compliments of Roma, your host tonight.
Wonderful. That's a grand present, Ken. Why, thanks to Roma. So you folks really make me feel at home.
Well, Roma wine has a way of doing that, Jack. That's why your Roma gift basket includes Roma California Sherry. When friends drop in, share with them golden amber, fragrant Roma Sherry. Roma Sherry's tempting nut-like taste is the favorite of hosts and guests for afternoon or evening entertaining. And millions enjoy Roma Sherry daily as the perfect first call to dinner.
I'll buy that, Ken.
And Jack, because Roma and only Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma Sherry, like all Roma wines, is better tasting every time. Yes, no other vintner selects for your pleasure from so vast a treasure of good taste. No other vintner can equal Roma in winemaking skills and resources. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
Makes sense to me, Ken. Well, I must be going. Thanks for everything, and sincerely, it's been a stimulating and exciting experience tonight. I never missed Suspense, and I've been looking forward to my appearance here for a long time. I hope you'll have me back again.
Well, thank you, Jack. We thought you were great in your newest Warner Brothers picture, Two Guys from Milwaukee. And we'll be hearing you on your regular Wednesday night show for Campbell Soup. And give a listen to us next Thursday on Suspense. We'll have Hume Cronin as our star.
I'll do it. Night.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Hume Cronin as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Judy Garland, Chester Morris, Olivia de Havilland, Cary Grant, Joseph Cotten, Roddy McDowell, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Stay tuned for the thrilling adventures of the FBI in peace and war, following immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Hume Cronin as star of The One Who Got Away, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Hume Cronin in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Certainly told her, listen here, I said, if you think for 1 minute that I intend to stand for that sort of thing, James, you're not listening to me. Put down that paper and listen to me.
Yes, dear, I'm listening.
So I said, you're very much mistaken. I did not come in here to be insulted. Perhaps you don't know it, young lady, but the war is over. And the sooner you people appreciate that fact, the better it will be for all of us. And Mabel backed me up, too. You bet she did. We went to the manager, and what we didn't tell him about that clerk, we certainly did. Are you listening to me, James?
Yes, dear,
I'm
listening.
Trying to tell us that merchandise is hard to get. And so were salespeople. Didn't do them any good, I'll tell you.
I'll bet it didn't.
What'd you say, dear? I'll bet she's taken a little more time and trouble hiring clerks, and we got through with them the very idea. It's just like I said to Mabel. It's just like I said. I said, if they have a hat department, they have to sell hats. And if they want to sell hats, they have to allow the customers to try them on. Honestly, if I want to try on hats, it's none of their...
That's the way it was.
I want to try on.
Talk. Every morning at breakfast. Every night from the minute I got out of the house until I finally got to sleep. Every weekend from Saturday morning until Sunday night. Talk. Even in the movies.
You are anyway, I said.
Mightn't have been so bad if I'd had a traveling job, but, well, then I didn't have a traveling job. I worked for a bank. I had a job there as a spot auditor. The job was to make spot checks on tellers and cashier's accounts between the regular audits. The bank had been stuck a couple of times by embezzling tellers. No wonder the money they paid. So they fixed up this job making spot checks to catch any funny business before it got very far.
Expensive, all right. Just as much money as hers. Are you listening to me, James?
Yes, dear. I said I was listening.
Well, and if my husband gave me as much money for clothes as hers does, I'll bet I could look a whole lot better than she does. Of course,
Ethel had been talking like that for, 10 years. Practically ever since we got married, I guess. And there wasn't anything I could do about it. I'd tried to make her shut up, but she wouldn't. I tried to leave her once, but she followed me and talked until I came back just to shut her up. I couldn't get a divorce. I tried that once. But I couldn't stand this any longer. I had to do something.
It seems to me that if you'd only cut down on some of your expenses, we ought to be able to save enough money for a car. Now, I think that James, well, for heaven's sake, how you startled me getting up that way. Where are you going, may I ask?
I'm just going down to the drugstore for a minute.
Well, what do you have to go to the drugstore at this time of night for? Good heavens, I work hard to make a nice home for you, James. I don't see why you're always getting up in the middle of a nice chat to go out. Do you hear me? James, answer my question. Why must you...
As soon as I got outside, I felt better. But the thought that I'd have to go back there again and again and listen to her talk every day, every night. The thought that I'd have to go back there kept hammering in my head. I suppose I knew what I had to do a long time before that. But I'd never admitted it to myself. There was only one way to shut that woman up. That was to kill her. I didn't sleep very much that night. In the morning, I got up as usual and I went to the bank. I hadn't figured out how to do it yet. What I wanted was an ironclad alibi. I wanted to think some more about it. So for today's spot check, I needed something easy, some accounts that wouldn't give me any trouble. I looked over the bank personnel, wondering which one I should pick. And there was my man, Arthur H. Tilwer, the perfect employee. Looking just like John Q. Taxpayer. Hardworking, conscientious, loyal. Been there for 35 years and risen at last to the eminence of second assistant cashier. Good morning, Mr. Tilwer.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carroll. You passed a restful night, I trust.
What? Oh, yes, more or less, Mr. Tilworth.
Ah, that's fine. Now, what may I do for you this morning?
Well, I thought I'd run a spot check on your accounts today, if you don't mind.
Spot check on my account? There's really no need for that, is there?
No, of course not. It's strictly routine. You know that.
But surely there must be others that you haven't.
Oh, come now, Mr. Tilworth. There isn't anything wrong with your accounts, is there?
Of course not. Of course not. Well, if you insist, here are the books, and you may proceed.
And so I went to work on Tilworth's accounts. I'd done this sort of thing so often I didn't have to pay much attention to it. So while I worked, I thought about Ethel and about an alibi.
Well, aren't you finished yet, Mr. Carroll? Closing time, you know.
Just about, Mr. Tilworth. Quite a bit of work here. You seem to have handled a lot of transactions last month.
Oh, well, yes, I did. A busy month this last one. You going home now?
No, I think I'll stay here and finish this up.
Why don't you finish up in the morning?
Oh, this shouldn't take much longer. I'll do it tonight.
Very well. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Tilworth. Huh. Funny, it doesn't balance. Must have made a mistake. See, I'll add it again. But it wasn't any mistake. His books didn't balance. And by the time I'd finished the check, I knew he hadn't made a mistake either. Mr. Arthur H. Tilworth, the prize employee of Consolidated National, was deliberately short $3,756.23. When I'd finished, it was quite late. I locked up. But before I started for home and some more talk from my loving wife, I paused for a moment, leaning on the bank doors, and lit a cigarette. Something was beginning to stir in my mind. I didn't know quite what, but it was something important. As I was thinking, I happened to glance down the street, and I saw somebody coming toward me. Thought the figure looked familiar. Yes. When he passed under the street light, I recognized him. It was Tilworth. I waited for him. Hello, Tilworth.
Mr. Carroll, how are you?
Weren't headed for the bank, were you, Tilworth?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I was. Some work I wanted to clean up.
Yeah, I can imagine. Never mind about that now, Tilworth. You can't clean it up. Come on down the corner and have a cup of coffee with me.
Well, thank you for the invitation, but
I think you'd better come along. See, I want to talk to you.
No, really, Mr. Carroll, I don't think that
Look here, Tilworth. I have a report in my pocket concerning your accounts. You just might like to see it before I turn it in.
All right. I'll come. Just for a moment.
Let's go. I got Tilworth into a booth and ordered 2 cups of coffee and handed him a carbon copy of the report. He read it all the way through. And the further he read, the whiter his face got. Stop shaking and give me that before you spill your coffee.
Oh.
Now, there are a couple of things I want to know before I turn this in. What have you done with the money?
Mr. Carroll, I have a sister. She's desperately ill. Every penny of that money has gone for her treatment. Every penny.
That isn't going to make any difference. Embezzlement's embezzlement.
Well, she'll die. She'll die, Mr. Carroll. I didn't mean to steal that money, and I'll pay it back. Please don't turn in that report. My sister will die if I can't continue her treatment. I'll find some way to pay it back.
That's what they all say, Tilworth.
Mr. Carroll, I've lived a life of probity and honesty for 50 years. I only did this because I couldn't bear to see my sister die for lack of money. I had to have it. You must help me.
I must help you? Do you realize what you're asking me to do?
Yes, I realize it. Surely there's some way I can make it worth your while. Now, I haven't any money, but I'll do anything for you. Absolutely anything. Don't call me that report.
Then it came to me. This was it.
You don't realize it.
The perfect alibi. Tilworth would provide it. Tilworth would have to provide it. I listened to him run on until I'd thought it all out.
And she thinks I have some money.
All right, Tilworth. All right. I'll help you. On certain conditions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carroll. You don't realize...
First, I want a written confession from you. Just in case. And then I want you to be prepared to swear that I was with you all evening on one night that I'll pick out. You understand?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll do it. Anything. Anything at all.
Good.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Hume Cronin in The One Who Got Away. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Traditional as going to the big game are those friendly get-togethers and fireside reunions afterwards. If you're playing host this weekend, enrich your hospitality by serving delicious Roma wines. For Roma California Sherry, Port, or Muscatel, add warmth and friendliness to any occasion. And because Roma wines taste better, more Americans serve Roma than any other wine. Roma wines do taste better because Roma master vintners start with California's choicest grapes. Then, with America's finest winemaking resources, they patiently guide this glorious grape goodness to tempting taste perfection. Later, along with Roma wines of years before, this abundant treasure awaits selection from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. Take advantage of Roma's present low prices. Buy Roma by the case for your holiday needs and save. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's favorite wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Hume Cronin as James Carroll in The One Who Got Away, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The next night, I didn't come home until almost 8 o'clock. Ethel was in fine form. She started right in.
Carol, where have you been? You know I'm supposed to meet Mabel at the corner at 8:15 to catch the bus downtown to the show. I should think you'd show a little consideration for me once in a while. Well, answer me. Where have you been?
I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry. I had to work late, and I didn't have a chance to call you.
What do you mean you didn't have a chance to call me? Now your dinner's all cold. You just have to eat it that way, too. I can't wait around here any longer.
That's all right, dear. I'll tell you what. You go and get your things on. I'll call Mabel and tell her that you're going to be a little late. She won't have left yet. You haven't called her yet, have you?
Oh, well, no, I haven't called her already. I've been doing nothing but wait for you.
All right, dear. I'll call her now. You go and get your things on.
Well, all right. But in the future, James Carroll, when you know I'm going out, I want you here on time.
Hello? Is that you, Tolbert? You alone? Do you expect anybody tonight? That's fine. Listen, Tolbert, this is the night. Yeah. I want you to say that I've been there with you all evening from 7 o'clock on. Never mind why. I'll be over there after a while, and I'll give you the details of what you're to say when the time comes.
I don't know what I've ever done to
I don't care whether you like it or not, Tolbert. No, not yet, dear. Not yet. Just a moment. You don't want your sister to die, do you? All right, I'll see you shortly.
Did you get her? Did you get her, James?
No, I didn't. The phone was busy.
Oh, what do you mean the phone was busy? I heard you talking to somebody.
Oh, well, that was somebody else.
Oh, well, honestly, this is most annoying. I don't believe you can do anything right. Give me that phone.
Yes, dear, here you are.
Well, really, can't even dial, for heaven's sake. Oh, I don't know. Hello? Hello, Charlie? Charlie, this is Ethel. Yeah. Has Mabel left yet? Oh, good, yeah. Let me talk to her, will you please? Yeah. For heaven's sake, James, don't just stand there behind me like that. You know how nervous it makes me. Wait. Mabel, this is Ethel. Listen, hon, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to be a tiny bit late. Yeah? Oh, I'll catch the next bus, sure. Well, it's really very annoying. I had a Hello? Hello? Hello, Ethel? Ethel, can you hear me, Ethel? Hello? Hello?
I guess I must have got back not very long after the cops got there. The apartment was ablaze with lights. There was a cop at the door. Inside there were photographers, fingerprint men, all the usual array of the law. The detective in charge was named Dolan. Pretty much of an average-looking guy, but sharp. We went through the amenities, and he told me how sorry he was. I expressed my shock and horror, and finally we got down to business.
Mr. Carroll, I hate to bother you at a time like this, but I find it quite helpful in cases of this kind to talk to people as soon as possible.
Yes, I understand.
Now, when did you last see your wife alive, Mr. Carroll?
Why, about 6:45, I guess. I only came in for a moment, and she was getting ready to go out.
About 6:45. And she was okay when you left?
Yes, perfectly.
And you say you left the apartment then?
That's right.
Where'd you go, Mr. Carroll?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Oh, Mr. Carroll, this is a murder case. Your wife was strangled while she was talking over the phone to a friend of hers. You want to bring her murderer to justice, don't you?
Well, of course.
Well, in a case like this, unless we get a break, we'll have to investigate the whereabouts of a great many people at the time she was killed. We'll find out a lot of things that people would prefer to keep quiet. Now, perhaps what you were doing after you left here is something like that. But let me assure you, if where you were and what you were doing has nothing to do with this case, it'll never come out. Now, where were you?
Was
it to see a woman, Mr. Carroll?
Oh, no. No, there was no other woman.
Don't you remember where you went?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, why won't you tell me? Mr. Carroll, where did you go after you left this apartment at 6:45?
I'm not going to tell you.
Mr. Carroll, why did you kill your wife?
Didn't kill her? What's the matter with you?
You didn't kill her. You left her here alive at 6:45, and you won't say where you went.
But that's right. But I didn't kill her. Well, why should I? Look here, I love my wife.
Mr. Carroll, I'm afraid you leave me no choice. I must ask you to accompany me down to headquarters.
Down at headquarters, we went through it all over again, and again, and again. In the end, always the same 3 questions, and always the same 3 answers.
Why did you kill your wife, Carroll?
I didn't kill her.
Where did you go that night?
I won't tell you.
Why won't you tell us where you went?
I won't tell you that. The same 3 questions, and the same 3 answers. Over and over and over, for a long, long time. Over and over and over. But I never told them. The case came up for trial about 2 months later. The prosecution had a good sound case for first-degree murder, and the district attorney made the most of it. It looked open and shut until the last witness for the defense, the only witness for the defense, Arthur Tilworth, took the stand.
On the evening of the 14th of September, I went straight home from the bank and had dinner. At about 2 minutes past 7 o'clock, I remember the time exactly because my favorite radio program, that's the Symphony Hour, had just come on. The defendant, Mr. James Carroll, joined me and remained in my presence until about 11 o'clock.
Order in the court! Order in the court! Order!
They went at him hammer and tongs, kept him on the stand for an hour and a half, but he never changed his story and never contradicted himself. He made as admirable a witness as he did a bank employee. The jury was out for a long time, 12 hours or so, and when they came back...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Do you find the defendant, James Carroll, guilty as charged or not guilty?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
And there it was, just the way I'd planned it. I was free. And I'd stay free. No man, the law says, shall be placed twice in jeopardy for the same offense. No matter what they found out, they couldn't touch me now. I was free of Ethel forever. After it was over, I took about a week off. I got a cabin up in the hills, and I just loafed around for a whole week. All by myself. It was nice and quiet. Nice and quiet. When I got back to the apartment, I saw someone standing by my door. It was Dolan.
Hello, Carol.
Hello, Dolan. Want to see me?
Yeah, just for a minute.
I've been away for a week, you know.
Yeah, we know.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Cigarette? Cigar?
No, I don't think so. Thanks anyway.
All right, Dolan, what do you want?
Oh, nothing really.
Look, Dolan, is this supposed to be a purely
Hey,
social...
Carol, tell me, do you fish?
I fish? No. Why?
Fishing is my favorite sport. I was raised around Winnipeg Lake, you know. Fishing's fine there.
Yeah?
There's one particular spot on Winnipeg that's a favorite of a lot of fishermen. It's deep, cool, and rocky. There was a big speckled bass lived there. Very cagey creature he was, too. A lot of fellows thought they had him. Hooked him even. But he always got away.
This is all very interesting, but if you don't
As a
mind...
matter of fact, that fish got to be quite famous. Got to be known as the one who got away. And every time anybody did any serious fishing there, they'd always have a try at landing. Oh, yeah, they tried everything. All sorts of flies and lures and bait. Went on for years.
Look here, Dolan, I don't know what you want from me.
Well, I got to go now, Carol. It's a fascinating story, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Very.
By the way, Carol, you know how much that fish weighed? 7 pounds and 12 ounces.
How do you know?
He got a little careless one day. Took a long time, but I finally got him. Bye now, Carol.
I could see that Dolan was going to be annoying. But I didn't care. I figured he'd stop after a while. There was only one more thing I had to do to clean this whole thing up. I'd made a bargain with Tilwer, and I intended to keep it. Yes, sir, I'm a man that keeps his bargains. That night I went around to his apartment. There was no answer when I knocked. I noticed that the door was unlatched, and so I pushed it open. There was Tilwer sitting in the dark by the window, just staring out. The flicker of the neon signs outside lit his face as they flickered on and off. He looked about 150 years old. Tilwer. Hey, Tilwer. Tilwer? What are you doing sitting there in the dark? Come on, let's have some light.
Just sitting here thinking, Carol.
Thinking? About what?
About a lot of things. Principally about you.
Huh? Look, Tilwer, I made a bargain with you, and I've come to keep it. Yes, sir. Here's your confession. Here are both copies of my report. Tilwer, did you hear me? I said here was the confession.
Yes, I heard you. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? You want to go to jail, Tilwer? Then how about your sister?
My sister's dead this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tilwer.
You made me kill your wife, Carol.
What?
No.
Oh, come now, Tilwer. Don't be stupid. I did you a favor. You did me one. That's that.
No, if it hadn't been for me, your wife would still be alive. And I've been punished for my sins. My sister.
Oh,
yeah, but you... Who will punish you for your sins, Carol?
Take it easy.
You killed, and you cheated justice. But you won't cheat me, because I'm going to kill you.
Sit down, you old fool. Get away from that knife. Get away from that knife, I tell you. All right. Give it to me. Give it to me. Now, sit down. Oh, that's better. Quite a nasty little pig sticker you have here, Tilwer. There's your knife, my decrepit avenging angel. You're not going to kill anybody.
I'll get you, Carol. You'll see I'll get you, you murdering...
Yeah. Who's there? Just a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm coming.
Hello, Carol.
What do you mean by getting me out of bed?
Where were you last night, Carol?
Who wants to know?
The police department wants to know. Now, answer my question. Where were you last night? Or aren't you saying?
Certainly I'm saying. I went over to see Tilwer. Anything wrong with that?
And how was Tilwer?
Why, he was all right. About the same as usual.
And how was he when you left him?
He was just the same as when I came in. What is
Was
all
he?
this? Of course he was. What's wrong? Something wrong with Seward?
He's dead, Carol.
Dead?
There was a knife in his heart.
A knife?
There were fingerprints on that knife, Carol.
Oh,
it was
no,
in his
no.
heart, and your fingerprints were on it, Carol, and on the door and on the lamp.
No, listen, I didn't kill him, I tell you. This is a frame-up.
Maybe, but
I didn't touch him.
The police department is taking a different view, Carol. Get some clothes on. You're under arrest for the murder of Arthur Tilwood.
Oh, no. No.
Too bad you'll never get to see that fish I was telling you about. It's over my fireplace. Just hanging there. Come on, Carol.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of fine wine. This is Ken Niles introducing our suspense star of the evening, one of Hollywood's most accomplished villains, Hume Cronin. Tell me, Hume, wouldn't you like to give up roguery and play a nice guy just once?
Not me, Ken. Look what happens to the nice guys on Suspense. They always get killed in the first act. Give me a cloak and dagger anytime.
As far as you're concerned, then, villainy is its own reward.
That's it. My sentiments to a teaser.
A tea party doesn't go on this program, Hume. But since you're a party to Suspense this evening, this goes to you. Roma presents you with this gift basket of Roma wines selected for you from the world's greatest wine reserve.
Why, thank you, Ken. And thanks to Roma, too. My. For a man of my moderate tastes, Roma wine's an ideal gift.
And for moderate entertaining, Hume, you can't beat the Roma Muscatel in your gift basket. Share with your guests the golden richness of Roma Muscatel, delicious with cake or nuts. Or enjoy delightful Roma Muscatel with dessert. Let the naturally sweet, mellow taste of Roma Muscatel enrich your quiet evenings at home.
Roma Muscatel, that sounds very tempting.
Oh, it is, Hume. And Roma Muscatel tastes better because Roma starts with California's choicest grapes, guides them skillfully with America's finest winemaking resources to tempting taste perfection. Later, at peak richness, Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. That's the reason more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And reason enough, too. And now, Ken, before I go home and murder my wife again, who's slated for the spotlight on Suspense next Thursday?
It's yours and mine and everybody's dream girl, Hume. Judy Garland.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, what kind of a play will Judy do?
Well, we don't want to tip too much of it, but Judy will appear as a girl who works as a waitress in one of our Hollywood drive-ins and who gets into a situation that is, believe me...
well calculated to keep you in suspense?
Right.
I'll certainly be listening. Good night, Ken.
Good night, Hume.
Hume Cronin appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production The Yearling. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Judy Garland as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.